Come on. And we are live. Good evening, friends and family. We got a few here. We got Brother Paul and our sister Sandra Piper. Make sure I ain't missing nobody. And Denise from Discovering Sasquatch Cryptids. Good deal. It's nice when you open up and you have your immediate family in the chat. I mean, that is such a wonderful feeling. And for the everyone that's here, if you don't know who's sharing the screen with me right now, this is my brother Connor from Bigfoot Anon right here on YouTube. If you don't know who he is, if you're not familiar with him, please jump over, check out Bigfoot Anon on YouTube, subscribe to him, back him up in what he's doing. His mission takes him literally everywhere. Connor is a wealth of knowledge. I mean, he's a walking trump. And there's so many that he's met, he's interviewed, he's talked to, he's hung out with, that his knowledge, everything he's gained is always at the forefront, and he can access it. He's not like me and so many of us. We have to really dig in our thoughts to find that information. Connor is loaded with it. He's the man to go to, and I reached out to him to ask him to come on with me tonight because of his extensive knowledge on so many different levels. But guys, thank you all for being here with us. I absolutely mean that. And I'm going to see who we got. We got Gene. Oh, it's good. So good to see you. Yes, we are doing well. We got Ruth, Barbara, not a Yankee. And there's Valiant One. Good deal. So wonderful to see you guys. And we're gonna take a little bit of a different trip tonight. There's something that's been on my mind, and I've been debating for a very long time to share it. And I'm going to do it tonight. And if I don't look like a loon by now, I will by the time this is over. A Florida lone wolf. There's our sister Deborah and Christiana. So good to see everyone. God bless you. Thank you so much, Brother Pappy. Yep, there's Pappy. What a wonderful evening. We're off to a good start. And who do we? Nope, somebody popped in and popped out. I think that was Jeff. I don't know. He'll come back in. Well, how things have been going on your front, Connor?
Oh, man, I've had an awesome day. I worked today, but I also talked to a bunch of people that were playing Magic the Gathering up at my store, and they had a plethora of ghost stories and even strange stories up at the Ocheesee Pond. And my one fisherman buddy, his name's Laryl. He's an old fella. He has daily encounters over there at the Ocheesee Pond. So today I made the most of a busy day at work, but I have the weekend off, and, you know, our stars aligned tonight, and I'm under a roof while it's storming. So what a great day.
Yep. Amen to that. Amen. And we're lucky. It's dry over here, but we definitely got hit with the rain a little while ago. Oh, there's JD. Welcome, JD. Deborah and Aaron and Brother Ken. God bless you. So good you guys made it over. Tonight, if none of you are used to the absolutely bizarre, you're probably going to hear it tonight. And a lot of the stuff, there's things, as most of you know, I've experienced a lot of really just freaky things in my life. And speaking with Connor before we jumped on the live end of the show, I'm sorry about the glare on my glasses. I don't know if I can adjust them to where it's not glaring so bad. Malachi and Brother John. Up there, Samuel. Sam Ferris. You guys know we had we did several prayer requests for our brother Sam. His brother had some hard times, and you know, when the Lord calls for you, there's not a whole lot we can do as humans, but as servants to the Most High God, we can be obedient and love our brother and sister and just support them and do what we need to do to uplift them and just keep their heart full of joy and that celebration of life of the ones that leave before us. And that leaving is temporary. So if you lose someone, we've lost several this year in our family, but it's short. You know, we'll see him again. A day in heaven is equivalent to 1,000 years on earth. So if we live to be if we live another 100 years, and we lost a family member 50 years ago. The day we get there is the exact same day that they arrive to heaven as well. So we're all basically going to arrive on the same day, and that'll be a wonderful thing. I think we'll be a day after Yeshua Christ, after he got there, 2,000 years ago, and that was 2 days ago in heaven. And that's something that'll kind of boggle your brain to think about. Oh, Brother Riker, good deal. I'm glad you all are here. Well, Connor, I spoke to you a little bit about what was on my mind, and you're just, I wish my brain worked half the speed that yours does. You're so able to get out and so many far ends of the field, but you bring everything back together, and it's like your understanding of things far exceeds anyone that I'm aware of. It's insane, but you were absolutely the man that I needed to bring on. Thank you for accepting my invite. I can't thank you enough for that. You're a blessing to us all, and we love you. Thank you greatly.
Thank you. It's truly a pleasure to be here. And, we had a monumental sit-down discussion just yesterday. And it feels like, honestly, it was like ages ago because it was so timeless and just eternal. And that's what good conversation does. And I encourage everybody to talk to your loved ones, talk to your close friends, because these times are dark and confusing. And just going back and forth can, bring so much light. It only takes just a little spark to light up a huge dark tunnel. And these are challenging, trivial times. So be there for one another and just show love. We're all electricity, guys. So when we're bigger than a room, bigger than a house, when we're showing love and being energetic, and when we're hiding, we're blue, we're cold, we're scrunched up. Do not let the establishment and the negative energy out there in the world hit your electricity, guys. And I loved how you said how one day equivalent to 1,000. I am big on energy's never created nor destroyed. It has always existed. The only thing to never exist on this world, on this planet, is a coincidence, because everything has some kind of meaning and some kind of root to something. And that's what I'm always trying to dig into, and historical facts, cinema locations, filming locations, and then strange encounters that these people have been having, because it really aligns with the Native American mounds, the stars above, the firmament above us, the heavens above. And look at us. We're not far from Terea, which is also known as gopher wood, which Noah may have used to build the ark. The lightest and strongest wood might have came right from 25 miles away from our house. And I think everybody can find their own Eden, but right here down in South Florida has some kind of truth and sacred soil. And I think, again, there's many adaptations of the good book and everybody's creator and deities. But we have to really tap in, because that bridge is not that far. We are made in the creator's image. We have to go inside that. We have a soul. The animals, they have a spirit. Donnie put that into perfect words weeks ago, and I have just totally soaked that up, because he put it into words when I just had it as feelings and thoughts. And yes, man, I'm very thankful that we crossed paths. And like I said before, the very first time I ever moved to Jackson County and Calhoun County, I looked up the Bigfoot stories in the area, and I found the Mariana Caveman. And now full circle, we're good friends and brothers. And now like everything is aligned and everything happens for a reason. You just have to walk your walk and just believe in yourself, and your needs will be met in abundance. So thank you for having me here. And yes, it's just meant to be. It's written long ago.
We're certainly blessed by having you here. And thank you for those words of wisdom. And, there's so much truth in all of that, and where we're at. And even with this bizarreness, I don't understand how all of that works. And I just recently, 2 years ago, started looking into the frequency at which life on Earth functions, and what they call the Schumann resonance. And I think it's 7.8 megahertz or 7.38. Right now, with everything happening with the sun being in that solar hibernation, that is being thrown off. It's way out of whack. The last 2 days, it's been insanely high, and I felt like pure garbage, and had to force myself to get out and do what was required of me, as far as being a father and then being over these animals to care for them. There's a lot we have to do every day. And it was really hard the last 2 days. And today was a little easier, but we had so much other things on our plate, a lot of running around. But where I was getting at, I get sidetracked. Connor, please forgive me. My family here is well aware of how I bounce around. Oh, we got Linda in the house. I didn't see you, Linda. I'm sorry. Bama Bigfoot. Wonderful people. And, it's the people in that chat right there are such a powerhouse of energy. And just, there's so much combined in the people that are in the chat right now. Our brother Pappy is a powerhouse of knowledge. And that's where you're at, Connor. And I absolutely see you, you same type of journey where Pappy's at. And I've called Pappy before when times were really hard for me. And I called him, just someone to talk to who's full of wisdom. And he enlightened me to a point that I didn't even think was possible. And it was all through words over the phone. And we're several hundreds of miles apart, but he's in my heart always. And I love Pappy like I love everyone in our chat and on our channel. Our family right here is beyond anything I've ever experienced. And that's why, for me to share tonight what I want to talk about, I couldn't do this on another channel until I've done it here, because it will probably backfire. Not here with our family, but if I were to do it elsewhere on another channel that didn't know me, I would receive some type of backlash. And in the field of the bizarre, we all experience it. If you witness anything bizarre and you try to share it, even with your best friend, your family members, there's going to be mild backlash. Even if they love you and they give their life for you, there's a point when it almost sounds like they're making a mockery of you. And they're not. It's not intentional, but they can't believe something that they haven't witnessed. A lot of people are very material people. They have to see it themselves. And I was in that group for a very long time. And due to my encounter in Mariana, it broke that. And I've seen a lot of odd things before that, but I always had a way to make up an excuse for what I've seen, through my altered vision, or maybe the light was wrong. I always had some way to explain it. And after that encounter, I was 1.5 to 2 feet from him. There was nothing to mess up my perspective of what I was seeing. He was right there. And it was I don't know how long we were there, 30 to 45 seconds, but it seemed like the entire night. And that short little gap ruined my life for several years. And I'm still affected by it, but I am beyond it. I'm able to get in the woods again. When it's dark like it is here around me, I will not be out there, not unless it's with a group of heavily armed people. We got Vitora's an island girl. Oh, God bless you. Thank you for jumping over here. Yep, I'm glad you made it. Not working tonight. Amen. Yep, it's definitely hot down here. Brother Aaron, there's Nancy. You're not late, Nancy. I'm just a little early for once.
Never late. You're just always arriving. Time is a made-up concept by the establishment. Right. The soul is eternal. We have always existed.
Yep, our time exists for us. When we get there, that's the time we were intended to be there. Sometimes traffic and other things kind of get in the way of that, but regardless of what anyone says, nothing can change the time you walked in the door. Whether they want it changed or not, it's not happening. You're there. But I want to jump into this, what I was getting at, because it is kind of strange. Our brother Dennis, there he is, Dennis Brooks. Everyone here has been with us for a long time, Connor. If you're not familiar with these people, these are my family, mine and Kim's family, and we love everybody that's in the chat. And there's several that are not in the chat. They haven't posted a comment at all in the chat, and so their name isn't going to pop up. But these are all people that we're bonded with. And if any of you, I mentioned it earlier, but a lot of people have jumped on since then. If you are not familiar with Connor, Bigfoot Anon, check out his channel on YouTube. Jump over there, subscribe, support him, uplift him. he will absolutely keep you entertained throughout the day. And he doesn't drag out these super long videos like I do sometimes and so many other people do. His style is short and to the point, but the information that he presents in that short period is mind blowing. And it's well worth jumping over there and following him. I listen to him when we're running around town. Like today, I'll jump over and I'll listen to a few of his videos, and it's just amazing stuff that he gets involved with. And I don't know where he finds it all, but he does. And our brother Don Moore, Don had sent us, me and Kim, the most beautiful card today, giving his condolences for us losing Kim's father and brother, and we're so grateful for that. And all of you guys, we've had prayers, we've had just the sweetest emails, comments, messages. We've had it all, and just there's so much love here. I can't say enough about that, and there's not a human way to describe the love I have for you guys. But thank you, honestly, thank you. And well, we're going to jump into it. Bigfoot Mama's here, so the show can start now. It's good to see you. And Bigfoot Mama said she is already subbed, so she's part of your family over there, Connor.
Yeah,
Amen.
So a lot of your guys' who have all the names that you mentioned before, they definitely rang a bell with me. A lot of them have been commenting on my videos, or I've seen them and talked to them in your chat. So hi, chat. I'm Connor from Ohio. I moved down to Florida. I love Bigfoot and sea serpents. I do a lot of fishing, kayaking, and exploring. I wrote a few books. I'm in goofy movies like Zillafoot, and I love interviewing people because I started out as a journalist in high school, so I'm just sticking to my roots. And it started out sport writing, and then I wanted to write scripts, and now I'm just writing about my life and the people that I cross paths with. So I'm happy to be here, and you guys are in for a treat for tonight.
Yeah, we're going to go off the deep end for sure. Welcome. A whisper to a screams. Cryptids. God bless you. I'm glad you made it. And we got Andy gone fishing and our brother Derek. So good to see everybody. If I have missed you, misgreeting you and announcing you here, please forgive me. I will absolutely try to get to you before we're done. But we're fixing to go into some odd stuff. Now, we're going to be all over the place tonight. I know Connor will be able to stay with me and be on top. He works at so many different levels. And I shared a lot with him. And there's you guys know most of it except for where I'm going tonight. I've never shared it. And it's been on my mind. I've been wanting to do it for a couple of years. And I just couldn't pull myself to do it. And what it came to, the reason I started, or I've got to jump all over the place in order to get to where I want to go. So please just bear with me. Yeah, I got you, Brother Ryan. I got you. It threw me off too. Thank you for letting me know. Absolutely. Thank you. I recognize the name now. I'm not on Facebook a whole lot at all, so forgive me for that. But what got me to come forward tonight and to share this, you guys have heard some of the just absolutely the bizarreness that I've witnessed and I've shared with you. And I know the majority of it makes me look like an absolute a crazy person, a loon. But it's things that I've experienced, and I don't know the reason for it. It's not anything I ever asked for, and I don't like seeing some of the stuff I've seen. But now that I know these things are there, I would rather see it and know where it's at than not see it and know it's close. That terrifies me, to know something is around me that frightens me to see, and I don't know where it's at. That, for me, that is a worst case scenario. I'd rather know where they're at, even if they've surrounded me, regardless of what type of cryptid or whatever you want to call these different types of creatures, regardless of what they are. I would rather have them all around me and I know where they're at than to have one and not know where he's at. That just scares me real bad. We got Mike Betts here too. Good deal. Good
Awareness
deal.
is a big thing. That's what I try to spread, is just awareness, because a lot of
Yes.
people are going missing and a lot of sightings are happening and people don't have anywhere to go to talk to people. You know, there is a couple helplines and a couple emails that you can reach out to people, but I want to be there on the ground floor. Yes, getting information, gathering information, but also just being there for people, because a lot of people, you know, get scorned by their own family members. And like you were saying
Yeah.
earlier, it's not even on purpose. People are programmed. We're all programmed a certain way, and we're just trying to break free and get to our soul so we can be that being that we're chosen to be and made to be. So yeah, we have to be there for one another, and it starts with start slow, man. Just be an open ear. And I think everybody here is that open ear for all their family members, because we're here. We found each other. It means something.
Absolutely. Yes, it does. And I am in agreement with you 100%. Thank you for bringing that, describing it that way, because I can't bring things to a description like that. I get so confused. Uh, oh, Juanita's here. Good deal. And I thought I had seen, you back up just a little bit. We got Brother Mike. Maybe I lost him. Long Island Bigfoot's here. Good deal.
Bigfoot, salute. And you mentioned
there's Franklin.
You mentioned Florida Lone Wolf a little bit earlier too. I just want to mention real quick that 2 weeks ago I went to the Florida Bigfoot Conference and met Stacy Brown, Central Florida Bigfoot, Mogollon Monster, Cliff Brackman. Had a great time. But we went on expedition in the Green Swamp, and I went out with Florida Lone Wolf, and we found 3 tracks that I videotaped and described on my channel, and then we found this palm tree that was shredded apart all the way up to 20 feet. And then we heard these owl calls, but then there was a man-like owl call, and Florida Lone Wolf just bolted. I don't know if he got infrasounded and put under a spell, or he was just very curious, but he went probably 100 yards into the forest and started calling back to this creature, and he got growled at. So it was just very crazy and risky. I don't know if I would. Well, I know I didn't do the same thing. I was just chilling behind a tree embracing, but he's a brave guy, and it's awesome meeting your internet friends in real life. And I can't wait till we cross paths, and hopefully sooner than later, because my schedule's open and I know your schedule's finally getting a little bit back to normal.
Yeah, we're things are changing. We're making some changes. A lot of things coming down the line really quick, and it's going to affect our channel here, but in a positive way. And it's going to affect what I'm doing as far as recording, going to different places, interviewing people. A lot of things are going to change, but it's all going to be for the positive. We got Jay Cree here. Good deal. Good to see you, Jay. But where we're wanting to go to, what I was explaining to Connor, I have a sleep disorder, and the majority of you guys know that. I am supposed to have a CPAP machine, and I'm supposed to be on drugs to sleep. Our creator didn't build me to have a machine teaching me to breathe, or chemicals in my body to make me sleep according to the way that their scientists who study this think I should sleep. I get the sleep that I need. I am tired a lot because my back issues. I deal with a lot of pain, and I do have medication for it, and it's not, most of you probably never even heard of it. It's not Lortab or none of that stuff. It's something completely different. And I take half of what I'm supposed to, but I take just enough. I'm still hurting, but I can function. I can do what's needed to be done. And if it gets worse, I know something's wrong with it. A lot of the stuff they prescribe people, it's so powerful. If they've got a bad back and they do something to injure the back worse, the drug is so powerful, they don't realize they've hurt themselves more. And I am not going to put myself in that situation, because I am a klutz. I do get hurt a lot, and I don't need anything to cover it up. I need to know when something's bad. Well, with the sleep thing, I don't sleep good. I go through into the first 2 stages of sleep, and that's all that I go. About once or twice a month, I will actually sleep through the night. Normally, I wake up about every 30 to 45 minutes, and then I have to get up between 1 and 3 a.m., and I go to the couch, and I can drink a big cup of coffee, and it'll knock me out for about an hour and a half. and it's something I've done since 2006 or 2007, and so it's kind of habit now. But I don't dream often. When I do have a dream, and like so many people I've spoke to, when you wake up in the morning from a dream, no matter how intense it is, you remember it. You remember the details of it. You remember everything about it in vivid detail. By midday or the following day, you know you had a dream, but you can't remember anything about it. It's gone. And there was a time when I was writing my dreams down, and it was several years back. And I had a man that was a medium. I bumped into him by accident, and he said when we literally bumped into one another, he got something off of me that told him that I was a medium. And I've had many people tell me that, and I never believed it up until about a year and a half ago. And I've talked to a few other people that I do believe are mediums. And now I'm leaning toward they are right, and I do believe that I'm a medium. However, I do not know how to control it. I don't know how it works. I know nothing about it. The only part of it that I use, and it's not that I use it, it just happens. Anything that happens, especially like at home, us getting the phone call that Kim's father passed, when she got the call, as soon as the phone was ringing, I knew. It was like somebody told me the day earlier, and Kim told me, and it wasn't a surprise at all. I knew, and I don't know how to explain that. And when her brother passed a few days ago, the same thing, and it's always been that way for me. Well, getting to where I'm wanting to go with this, I'm going to be all over the place tonight, so please bear with me. And I think a lot of you are probably going to be able to relate to this. And I'm going to get Connor to jump in once we get into it a little deeper, because I truly want what his thoughts are on it. I have a lot of respect for Connor, and whatever Connor tells me, I take it as written scripture. Connor's a man of truth, and he says it the way it is. If he doesn't believe something, he's going to tell you. He's not going to be rude to you, but he's going to let you know it's something that he's not all for. He doesn't believe it. And so we're going to be hopping around, but we will take questions from you guys. So please, if you could be patient. Yes, Nancy, empathy. That's what I was told. I was an empath, empath something. I don't remember. And I do believe that part. Some of the other stuff, I'm not so sure about. But anyhow, anytime, whether I'm at home, if we're on the road, if I'm in the woods, it doesn't matter where I'm at. I will have I don't know if it's a thought or a vision. I don't know if it's a dream. I don't know if I see it. And I was giving Connor an example. We went and looked at a hunting property in Vernon, Florida. There's a lot of swamp up there. The hunting is really good, but if you're deer hunting, you don't want to be in an area that's overloaded with wild pigs, because they will run the deer out. And you can harvest wild pigs, but if you're looking for deer, it's really hard to get a deer in an area like that. And so Chris and I walked it to go look to see if this was an area that we wanted to bite the bullet, so to speak, and to take it on as a hunting area for us. We're in an area, but it's between two swamps, and there's like a wild bamboo break in there, cane break. And I seen like a logging road, a grown up, a lot of bushes and foliage, trees on both sides of the road. And I seen somewhere around a 5.5 foot Sasquatch, and he come flying out from the left side of the road. He ran out like he was crossing the road, and he seen me in the middle of the road. He stopped, and in a flash, he was going back the way he came. There was no pause. It was so quick, but I seen the details as though I literally just seen that. And I wasn't sure, did I dream this? Was it a daydream? Was it a thought? I don't know what it was. We walked a little further. We get at the end of this cane break, and we come out on this logging road. And we were going to go back. The left takes us back in the general direction that we were parked at. And we decided to go to the, well, I didn't. Chris wanted to go to the right, so I naturally went to the right. And when I turned and looked down that road, that was the exact spot where I had this thought or this dream, whatever it was, of this short little Sasquatch come running out and then darting back. It was right there. Everything was exact as I seen it, except there was no Sasquatch there. It was just woods. And it gave me the chills to think, because I thought one was surely going to run out. And it did not happen. Nothing happened. We were just walking down a wooded road. At the hunt lease we have now, it's happened, I don't know, probably 70 or 80 times since April. Anytime I'm out there, I have these little flashes like that. And it's so clear and crisp. It's not quite like a dream, where a dream is it's sharp. You remember a lot of details of it, but there's somewhat of a blurriness to it. You know it's a dream. Sometimes you second guess, was I really dreaming? Because the details are so clear. But these are super clear. It's like it just happened, and I'm playing back what I just saw. That's the way it feels to me. I don't know the reason for it. And one of the things, when I was speaking to Connor earlier, I told him when I was little, me, my mother and father were coming, the first time we were coming from Atlanta, Georgia, going to Montgomery, Alabama, on the old Atlanta highway. It was late at night, and a large disc-shaped spaceship, I assume it was a spaceship, it came over the top of the car, 10, 12 feet above the car, and the car came to a complete stop. The light was so intense, it did not hurt your eyes, but it was such a bright light. There was no shadow in the car anywhere. Under the seats, I was in the back seat, and even under the seats were lit up. It was just, the light consumed everything. A couple of months later, we were coming from Montgomery going to Atlanta on the same highway, and it happened a second time. I talked to my father, it's been a few years back, about 4 or 5 years ago, right before he passed, and I asked him about it because we didn't grow up with him. And he said, yeah, that absolutely happened. And he explained, I remember it happening once. I don't remember the 2 times. I do remember one time clearly, and I had dreams of these little, what looks like what people are depicting to be the gray aliens, the grays with the big eyes. I'd have nightmares of them coming in my room and trying to drag me off my bed, and it was a lot of bizarreness. Well, my father, when I spoke to him a few years back, he believes that we were abducted. When later in life, in my teens, I broke my hand and my wrist, and going to the hospital, when they x-rayed me, they found in my left arm, there's a section of my bone, 1 inch long, that looks as though somebody cut it out, like with a laser, a perfect cut, and they replaced it with a piece of steel, same diameter as the bone. The doctors wanted to do exploratory surgery to see what it was, because I have no scars. There's no way anything could have got in me. I would have had some type of scar, and I had nothing. And my mother wouldn't allow them to cut. The events that I've had, especially, it was really powerful in my teenage and my 20s. I was in trouble a lot because of my grades. So I was on restriction. Come home from school, do my homework, and I had to stay in my room. And I was always on restriction. And I had marbles that my grandfather, when he worked for Pillsbury, he was a salesman, and he would go to people's homes, and he would give the children little bags of marbles. So he had millions, just cases of these things. And so growing up, we always had marbles. Me, my brother, all my cousins, we always had them. Granddaddy always gave them to us. Well, I would set them on my desk because I was in my room on restriction. I couldn't do anything. And I had a big antique dresser. I still have it today. It's in our house here. And I've set my marbles out, and I would stick my finger a few inches away from the marble, and I would imagine if you ever you could put your fingers together and you kind of stare past them, it looks like there's a little finger between them. Well, I would put my finger up a few inches from the marble, and I would imagine the end of that finger growing out until it touched the marble, and then I would push, and the marble would roll across the desk. I could move it all over my desk. And I could roll pencils around, and I didn't find out until a few years back that it was called telekinesis. And watching a show with L.A. Marzulli, he was talking about people going through abductions and going into the abduction, a normal person, coming back with ESP, the ability to use telekinesis, the being able to know things before they happen, the empathy, all these different traits. And it was the same thing I had. And it scared me. It scared me really bad because L.A. Marzulli said that these beings, these aliens, are demons. It's the, if I remember, they're, I don't remember how he worded it, but they're demons. They work for Satan. They're part of the fallen angel clan. And that really bothered me. And well, it lines up with all the events that the things I was able to do back then as a child, as a teenager. I thought it was normal. I thought everybody done it. So I never hid it. I did things in the open at school. I was always, especially with my pencil, I was always moving my pencil on my desk without touching it. But then it led up later in life. Those things have settled down a lot. The empath thing is still really strong. Knowing things before they happen, that's kind of part of just who I am now, and I don't care for it. But I've had a lot of people say that could be what's drawing these creatures to me. And then what Connor was saying earlier before we came on tonight, referring to that implant thing that's in my arm, that what if it's some type of beacon that's drawing these things? And that's kind of where I'm at. It goes so much deeper and so much crazier than that. But I wanted to get Connor to give his input on his thoughts on the thing that's in my arm. I have no scars at all. There's no issue with my left arm. I have no problems with it other than the arthritis in my fingers when I crush my hand. But outside of that, Connor, what are your thoughts on, I know you mentioned briefly before we came on, and you think that possibly that thing in my arm could be some type of device. Would you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes, I definitely think they implanted something in your arm they cut out a perfect inch size with a laser. It's perfect precision. And they didn't plan on you breaking your wrist and getting an x-ray. They just imagine you forgetting about it and maybe having little thoughts and sightings over time. But you actually got doctors to see it on x-ray. So that opened your mind up of awareness. So, unconsciously, that got you a little closer to answers. And I believe we're all a little bit clairvoyant, but we can break down all the walls and get a little bit closer to our soul, like I always try to get back to. But I think you were marked at an early age, and that has a lot to do with all these creatures being drawn to you. I think the demons from the sky, the fallen ones, the ones that landed on Mount Hermon, the same ones that are trying to infect the world today, I think they had their eyes on you for some reason, and your family. And I think that's probably why you had your childhood away from your parents, and everything happens for a reason, but everything may have been mapped out by them in a way as well. But I think they were keeping an eye on you, and then all these other creatures that are on the ground that can maybe just sense the difference And, you know, the Sasquatch people, I think they can see us, you know, if we have tumors, if we are deaf, if we are very high intelligence. There's a lot of links between the missing 401 cases with people with disability or with abstract intelligence like rocket scientists. So yes, there is intelligence behind these creatures that are picking people for a certain reason. And I think you were picked at a very young age, and then everything that's happened, the incident in Panama City, the cat people being able to watch you by the shrimp factory, the Sasquatch over on Highway 73, even the one Sasquatch who was making the call, maybe he was letting people know that you were nearby. And I think there is an awareness of your greatness and inside your soul of the humanity behind you, but also that you may have been marked by something. And I think all these creatures are just curious of that. And maybe that's why you have been protected over this long a time, because there have been some times that you really didn't think you were going to get out, but some mystical anomaly allowed for a miracle for you to survive. So again, everything happens for a reason. It might all be mapped out, but they cannot calculate the soul. So that's what they're trying to tap into. And you know, there's so many different abduction stories, ranging from the Pascagoula River in the 70s, where the 2 men were abducted, and then 200 people on the ground witnessed a UFO. Then all these sightings out west in Nevada and New Mexico that have inspired the movies like Fourth Kind, and over in Alaska, all the people that go missing and then they pop up, you know, in a new state, you know, in the mainland, thousands of miles away from where they've ever been. So yes, the doors are open, the possibilities are endless, and in God's world, a lot exists. The dragons, the Leviathan, Titans, and of course, you know, the firmament, heaven and hell, angels and demons. It all exists, and they're after our soul, and they're trying to figure us out. And you are an anomaly, so I think something is trying to calculate that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I really do. And there's something that the Creator has put me here to do, and I know without a doubt. I don't know what it is. Maybe one day it'll be revealed to me. I'm hoping. But my life in the beginning was hard. Within the first 4 years of my life, I literally died 4 times. One time I drowned. I think I was 3 when I drowned. I remember rolling in the surf, but I don't remember anything outside of that other than what I was told. But I do remember being in the surf and rolling, and I wasn't afraid. And I don't know if I'd already inhaled the water, but I remember seeing, you know, being underwater, seeing all the bubbles, the foam, and it wasn't painful. It was such a surreal experience. But I had dreams of that event when I was in my 30s, and not up till my 30s, but sometime during my 30s, 32 years old, I had a couple of dreams of when I drowned. I've never had any thoughts or dreams about the other times. One time my mother was involved in an accident, and I think it was 1970, and the car flipped, or car hit us, and it pitched. My mother and father owned ambulance service, and they used these station wagons to as a hearse to haul the deceased. She was in the station wagon. I was in the front seat. And back then, the seat belts were just something that were in the way. It was the lap belts, and there was not one on me. And what my father told me, my mother never shared it with me. I had bad hips my whole life, and she always told me that I was born with bad hips. And I found out 4 or 5 years ago that my mother was at fault. And I think that's why she never told me the truth, because it would have brought back bad memories. She almost lost me. But the car pitched, and I flew out the window, and I landed on, I forget the name of the road. It's in Montgomery, Alabama. But it threw me out, and hitting the asphalt, I destroyed my hips and busted my back up, my leg. And so I was in leg braces for a couple of years. Well, that event, I literally died. and they were able to bring me back. And the other two, it had to do with my lungs. I had bad lungs at birth, and I just stopped breathing. And my mother, father took me from our home to the hospital. One time they met the ambulance halfway. The second time they made it to the hospital. And however, I don't know how far the drive was, but the entire distance I was not breathing. One time she thinks it was around 30 minutes that I wasn't breathing. And I have a brain injury now, but it was due to breaking my neck, and it's the frontal part of my brain. My memory is affected. I have my short-term memory is gone. I can remember 20 years ago like it was yesterday, but I can't remember yesterday. And so it's just something. It doesn't bother me. I'm used to it. But all the things that I've been through, and yet I'm still here. 2011, I walked with a cane. So I'd go hunting, and most 4 or 5 days out of the week, I had a hard time getting around, and I walked with a cane. And I had just a couple of days each week that I didn't need it. But moving around was rough, but I could do it. I stayed in the woods, and I worked hog traps with a cane. There were several nights we went in there to check the trap, and I had to call the guys over to help because I couldn't drag the pigs out of it that we harvested because I couldn't hardly get around. And now today, I haven't used the cane since I got out of the hospital at the end of 2011, and there's days I walk 7 or 8 miles and with no assistance. So there's a purpose. There's a reason I'm here. But there's, on the same token, there's a reason all of this weird stuff is drawn to me. And I never considered the thing that was in my arm as being some type of beacon drawing them. And I believe you're right. I absolutely do. There's no other explanation. I don't believe that my native ancestry is drawing them in. It does have, I mean, I do somewhat believe it. I can't say I don't, because I do. But to me, it makes more sense that something that is in my body could be emitting a signal, maybe some type of frequency. I don't know. I should go and get it removed. But out of all my fears in life, I'm afraid of being punished by God. I'm afraid of these Sasquatch, these Bigfoot things, and I'm afraid of being put to sleep. I am horrified to go through surgery. If they could keep me awake, they could do anything they want. But the spine surgeries, my biggest fear of the whole surgery was being put to sleep. I didn't care about the rest of it, but being put to sleep horrified me. And if that didn't bother me so much, I would probably go in and get that check, see what that is in my arm. Because the older I get, the more curious I get. Because what really keeps that on my mind, the doctors wanted to explore it because they said your bone, you have blood vessels that run through your bone. If there's no blood flow through the bone marrow, the bone dies. And he said that bone, there is no blood flow through it because there's a piece of solid metal. There's a section that's solid. There's no flow. The bone should be dead. And he said there's no medical explanation as to why that bone is alive. And it is. It's still alive. There's no pain. I have no issues with it whatsoever. And that part, it bothers me. You know, what is it? Medically, that bone they should have had to remove it, but it's fine. It does what it's supposed to. I don't know if it's creating fresh blood cells. I don't know what it's doing. I don't know if the bone itself is working the way it's supposed to. It could be an antenna of some type. I don't have an explanation for that. But you could absolutely be right that is what is drawing these things in. And I don't want to chop my arm off and see if they follow me anymore. I definitely don't want to do that. But with the on the other end of it, with like where I was telling you about, I would see things, and I don't know if it's a thought or if it's a dream, I don't know if it's part of that psychic thing. I don't know what it is. A lot of the stuff that I see is so crystal clear, it's so vivid. It's as though it already happened and I'm remembering it. It's as though it just happened like minutes ago and I'm remembering what just happened, but it's not. Um, Several times going to the lease this year, I get out of the car, I get my camera stuff and getting it all set up, getting ready to go on a hike out there, and one of these thoughts will come up. And I'll see this, like the last time, there's a scrub oak that's close to that shooting house, and it goes up and it forks about 7 foot up. The tree itself is probably 15 foot. It's not real big, maybe that big at the base, at the ground. And I get out of the car, I'm getting my stuff together, and I see that tree get pushed over, and I see a Sasquatch head, only the head. And now this was not that werewolf thing. It was human face, but it had pointed ears like that werewolf thing. And he just pushed the tree down and he looked at me for probably 10 seconds, and he let the tree back up, and I could see it turn and move off, go back into that swamp. And it was just a brief second. I seen that. Now I'm not looking toward that tree. I'm in my backpack on the trunk trying to get my gear out. And I stopped and it startled me. I thought, did I just see it? And I turned to go in my backpack and I wasn't paying attention. And so, instantly I whipped around looking, and it was stationary. The tree wasn't moving. And if he had just been there, there should have been movement. I didn't hear anything and I didn't see anything. But that type thing happens frequently, and I don't know why. And that's happened. It has nothing to do with the injury that I received in my brain in 2005. This has been happening back when I was a teenager. When I was a kid, it was happening. And that where I was shared with you the other day about riding the bicycles when we were young teenagers, and I got hit in the back and flipped over the handlebars. That area, that little stretch of road, when you come out, you're riding through the growth. It's old logging road. They don't log that area no more. And so all the trees are growing up. The scrub oaks, the limbs come up and they kind of intertwine, and you got this tunnel that the road goes under. And it's a fairly long section like that, probably 200 yards. And as we would come out of it, there weren't no more of the big scrub oaks. They're big, giant planted pine trees, and then undergrowth around the pine trees. Most of it's about 3.5 foot high, and there are some big scrub oaks out there, but it's fairly open. And you got a stretch there, 110, 120 yards long, and then it starts getting heavy and growing over again. And in that area, so many times we've come through there, and the same thing would happen. And I would see something move. And the way that thought or memory, whatever it is, it never came to me as though I seen it out of my peripheral. It always came as though I were looking straight at it. And it just, I never understood it. And if it's a daydream, why am I daydreaming about something that I really do not want to see? I don't want to have nothing to do with it. And it just doesn't make sense. Have you ever experienced anything like that yourself, Connor?
Oh yeah, I catch myself seeing shadow creatures in the forest all the time and strange faces just in the wood line. And now that I've talked to people and realized just the power of energy, protons, electrons, neutrons, we can become particle and waveform. 99% of the time we're particle, we're solid. But those beings, I think they can tap into the waveform a little bit easier. They say that these beings know when we are looking at a picture of them. So think, maybe some of your encounters, how that one crossed your vision, crossed the street. Maybe he put that in your head and gave you the layout, because some kind of phenomenon happened, that you were able to envision an entire area that you've never even been before. So maybe he was responsible for that or putting it in. Or again, it could also go back to your arm, could just be sending your signals. I honestly think your arm is something from the skies and something much bigger. And then these creatures on the ground are just getting a curious look at you, because that one sighting that you just had to push down, you just arrived, he just wanted to see you. What about the one at the peanut farm? You know, he came close, but he respected you, you know, not to crush you. And then the one at Terea, he was just spotting from a tree. And I know that's what they mostly do. They just, you know, hide behind a tree and look. But these creatures are waiting for you and just waiting to catch a glimpse of you. And I think you have this signal about you that they can see it from far away, and they just want to get their eyes on you and see what the heck is going on, because they probably are reading it as something from the sky, maybe one of these gray aliens. But of course, it's so much crazier than just grays. You know, there's dogmen, frogmen, amphibians, reptilians. There's a world underneath our feet, Middle Earth. You know, Lord of the Rings is based on something. Every movie has some kind of ties to it. Even Super Mario, they're going against the reptilian people. So yes, I think something guys intertwined with your path, and these creatures are just trying to get a glimpse of it. And I think your Native American ancestry has something to do with it, at least some kind of warming factor, you know, or some kind of familiar factor, because your ancestors were around the fire with these creatures in the ancient days.
Right.
So I think they're familiar with you as well, but there is some kind of unfamiliarity from that device in your arm. So they're just trying to spot you and feel you out, I think, a lot of these times. But they might know more than us about everything. So, you know, you just have to keep your P's and Q's and head on a swivel 100%.
Yeah, that's, you know, it's strange you say that. Like what you were referring to, the one that I thought I seen, you know, it came out in the road and then it darted back, but there wasn't nothing there once we got on that road. And you said he could have implanted that memory or that vision to me. And it reminded me, I was in Vernon and I was hunting where I got a chair that you strap to a tree. You just find you a tree, anything from 3 inches out to 22 inches. You put the chair on it, you run one strap around, you pull it tight, and you fold the chair down, and it really digs in. It's so comfortable. And I hunt out of that a lot because I don't have to climb them at ground level. Well, I went up, I got there early, and I set my chair up. I sat in, I got everything the way I wanted it, you know, with putting the cut off limbs around me to make a blind. And I was in the perfect location. And it's the spot where that thing was doing that woo, that noise. This was the day it happened. Before that part happened, there's a road directly in front of where I'm sitting. So I've got a logging road that runs east and west. I'm facing north. So I got this road 20 feet in front of me. And then there's a road that tees off. I can see down it about 40 or 50 yards. And it goes back a couple of 100 yards. And it makes a kind of a half circle. And it ties back into the road that I'm sitting on, but further down from it. Well, it was probably 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the afternoon, kind of early. And so I decided that road in front of me, I would walk down it all the way down to the end. And then I'd come back to my chair and I got a certain walk that I always do when I'm stalk hunting. And I'll look at the ground. I'll plan out my next 3 or 4 steps, make sure there's nothing there to step on. And then I'll focus on my environment. I'll check left to right, check everything. And I'll take them 3 or 4 baby steps and watching the whole time for movement and looking for that horizontal line. And if you're hunting deer, you're not looking for a brown buckskin colored deer. You're looking for a horizontal line. If you're looking for that color, you'll never see them. You got to look for the line. Everything in nature grows toward the heavens. Everything grows vertical. You see a horizontal line, it's either a tree that's fallen or it's the back of an animal. And if you'll train yourself to do that, your success rate goes through the roof. And so that's what I was looking for. I get down this road to the part where the road, makes that curve and it comes back to the road that my chair's on. And I stop, and about 50 feet before I get to the curve on it, I started getting a very uneasy feeling. It wasn't quite the feeling of being watched, but it was a feeling of there's something close to me. And I was thinking either coyotes, because I did have a problem with coyotes one year out there, or it's a boar hog. And you know how them boars are. You come out in better shape facing a bear than you would a boar, because the pigs don't stop when they get on you. And so
and their tusks are like knives, and if they know that they'll run and use it to their advantage. Yes, the boar are probably the most dangerous thing in the woods that are known down here in Florida.
Yeah, they're so aggressive, so dangerous. As long as they're going away from you, you're fine, but just you don't approach them. And that's what I was thinking. You know, it's got to be a coyote or a pig. And I was hoping it was a pig, something I could deal with. And I didn't smell anything. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. It was that sensation, that gut, something ain't right feeling. Well, I continued walking, and I get to that curve, and I stop, and I look to my right. I'm scanning, and I swing back to the left. And then it dawned on me, in my mind, I'm seeing this big pine tree with a vine, a large vine, about a foot away from it, going from the ground up to the top of that tree. And I see a Sasquatch standing beside the tree. He's got his left arm and most of his left leg behind it. Looks like he stepped out. He's got one hand holding the tree, and he stepped out, and he's staring at me. I could see his whole body, part of his left arm and his left thigh, but the rest of him, I could see the entire body. And he's standing there, and he's just looking at me. Well, I seen it, and I turned back this way, and then it dawned on me what I seen. So I whipped back real quick. There's nothing there. And I started to relax a little bit, and I thought maybe it's a memory of something I seen on YouTube or on Google. And I started relaxing, and then I seen the pine tree, and I seen that big vine that but there was nothing by it. The growth there looked to be about knee high, nowhere for a big creature to hide. And I thought, I got to be imagining it. There's no way he would have fit behind that tree. He was just too wide compared to the tree was fairly large, but not big enough to hide a human, much less these creatures. And so I started to tell myself, I imagined it. I'm really freaking myself out. Within in the swamp on my immediate left side, I hear these loud bam, bam, bam against a tree, and it echoed through the swamp. It was so loud, and it sounded like someone took a 4x4, an old dried out 4x4, and beat on a cypress. It was so loud, so it had an echo or a hollow sound, but yet it had a solid crack to it. And it was 3 or 4 times, real loud. And I knew what that was. And there's no way to get down there unless you park where my truck was parked. But I was parked there, so nobody could have got there. And if they did, they would have had to walk past me to get over there. It's just not possible. And you can't come from the swamp. There's no way to get in there. Well, that freaked me out. And so I came back to my chair, and that's when hearing that noise, that woo, and he followed me back to the car. Well, a few weeks later, a few days later, the ducks are fighting. That's that noise you guys are hearing. A few days later, I go to pick up a boat motor from a man for my little outboard boat, and his wife does these hand-carved pieces of wood, and I mean phenomenal work. It looks like a machine, a CNC machine, cut this stuff out. And she had a Bigfoot, a miniature Bigfoot she carved, and I was blown away by it. And I asked him about it, and he said, well, my wife, that was a special order. People send her a drawing, and she carves it out of wood for me, and she makes big money on it. We got to talk, and he said, well, that was a Bigfoot. Why are you interested in that one? And I didn't want to tell him. I said, well, it looked really cool. He said, have you seen one? I said, well, He said, you have, haven't you? You know, he's kind of pushing it. And I said, well, yeah, I have. And he said, I got a friend that's been all over the country, and he goes to research this stuff. This man had a tumor in his stomach. He was diagnosed with cancer, terminal. The tumor got so big in his gut that he had to wear his pants with suspenders. He couldn't put a belt. I mean, he was in bad shape. It was so large they could not operate. It was inoperable. Well, he was on his deathbed, and this man prayed and said, God, if you'll heal me, I will dedicate my life to doing your work, and I promise I will do, you know, whatever's called of me. And I don't know the extent of the conversation. I can't give you his exact words because I don't know them. But that was just a brief rundown of what he'd done. God answered him, and the tumor started dissolving. They had no explanation. It went away. He's cancer-free, and now he's filled with Christ. Well, this man, he sets me up with this other fellow. And the guy calls, and he said, where did this happen? And I told him, you know, I said, it's up near the town of Vernon in Florida. It's not in Vernon, but it's pretty close to it. It just as well be Vernon or Chipley. It's closer to Vernon. He said, if I come by there, would you take me and show me that place? And I want to see the place in Mariana. And I told him, I said, I'll take you up to that one, but I ain't going to Mariana. You go by yourself, you know, because there was no way I was going to that property. I left all that stuff there, and that big thing could have it all. You know, I have no desire to meet him again. So he comes by, he picks me up, and we go out there. I walked around on that horseshoe-shaped road, and I showed him. I said, yeah, I was right here, like reenacting what happened. And he said, well, where did you see that the Sasquatch at? And I pointed. I said, that big pine right there, it's got that vine going next to it. It's not touching the tree. It's about a foot from it. And he pointed it out. I said, yeah, that one. He said, how tall was the creature? And I told him, I said, that first stub that's sticking out on the same side the vine is, its head was probably 6 inches below it. And I'm thinking 6.5 foot. So I never walked over there. And it's about 35 to 40 feet from where I was standing. Well, he walks over there. This guy's 6'4", and he took his hat off, and he held his hat up, and he finally got it up close. And I said, right there. And he got his tape out, and it was roughly 8'9" to 9 foot is the estimate of it. And I had no idea it was that big. Well, I was still under the assumption that I imagined it. And I told him, I said, he'd come back over there. And I said, and the knocking was down in the swamp. But when I went back, one of them followed me, escorted me that right at 800 yards from my seat back to my truck. It's a long walk down that logging road. And I told him about that noise that it kept doing when it'd run past me. Well, he looks at the road where I'm standing. It's covered in pine straw. It's an old logging road. There's no trees or anything growing on it. That end is usually muddy. It's usually wet. It wasn't on this day. And he said, well, there's a footprint right there. He's pointing down at the ground. And I looked down, there's nothing there. It's pine straw. And this guy, he was part of the BFRO, the Biffers is what I call them. He was part of that group. And he, you know, that's what I try to tell people. Don't knock the group, because there are a lot of phenomenal people that are interested and work for them. And they're not what makes it bad. And this guy was one of the great people that is associated with him. A blessing of a man. I'd give my life to help him. If he ever needed it, I would absolutely come through for him. He's that good of a man. Well, he squatted down and pulled the pine straw back with his hands, and there was a footprint smashed in the mud, dried. You could see all 5 toes. It was as clear as if it was just stepped into sand. It was that clear. And my heart started pounding. I was like, holy mackerel, that's got to be somebody walking back here barefoot. I didn't want to accept that these things were out there, because that one that escorted me out, I never seen him. I only heard him. And when he run past, you could feel the ground thumping as he would pass me. but I never actually seen him. And so I kept trying to make excuses of it being something else. And he pulls the pine straw back, and there's another print. And so he had me hold one end of the tape. He held the other end and took his phone and was taking pictures of it. The one print was 16 and a half or 16 and a quarter inches from the end of the big toe to the heel. The other one was 7 or 8. It was a little bitty one. And I told him, I said, that could be a kid out here. You know, because you could park at the other area, and if you can cross that ditch and you can get back here, you'd have to have boots on the first 100 yards or so because it's bad. But once you got up to that horseshoe road, you could probably walk that barefooted if you're careful for the snakes. I'm sure you could. And he said, well, what about this one that's over 16 inches? And I told him, I said, you know, my brother-in-law wears a size 18. His feet ain't that wide. I mean, these things were really, the width was crazy. Well, he's pulling back more pine straw in an area about 5 foot, and there's a third print, and it was 20 inches from the toe to the heel. And that done it for me right there. I told him, I said, you know, if you don't mind, I want to go back to the truck. I want to get out. Because when I went in, I didn't have my muzzle loader. All I had was my little 9mm on me. It was before I got the 10mm. So I got this little BB gun, and my 45 was in the car, but I didn't bring the car. And so I'm stuck with this little thing that's going to make them mad, and they're going to really beat me up if I pull it on them. But we ended up, we walked a little bit further down, and there's a tree that was down. And on one of my earlier videos, my older videos, I filmed that area, and I showed a little footprint that was in the mud where the tree fell and the root ball popped up. You know, that mud that's always under them. There was a crystal clear footprint about 5 inches long, like a human footprint, smashed in the mud. You could see the lines in the bottom of the foot and the toe had the little lines like a finger does, and you could see them. It was crazy. But in the video, I said, you know, that could very easily be a kid. You know, I didn't see what made it. But, you know, seeing that, it brought the reality to me, and what you just said, they could have implanted that vision in me. Well, if that one I seen on that area, and that area is not, it's about 2 miles from the area where I seen, well, in my mind, I seen something run out the road and back, and we get to that point, and I'm in the exact area that I had the dream or whatever it was. I don't know what it was, but we've never been in that location. We didn't have access to it because it's private property. And so that was the first time either one of us had been in there. So it's all new to us. And we get up to that point, and I'm seeing everything I seen in the dream vision, whatever it was, where I seen that thing run out and run back. Everything is identical to what I seen in that little clip, except there was no black 5.5 foot creature. You know, it was, everything else was there but him. And I'm thankful for that. But yeah, on something like that, do you think one of them could implant that type of memory in you? But how would you explain, like, by that tree, this guy was showing me, he got down and laid on the ground, and he's a big man. He's got a gut on him. He's not fat, but he's a lot bigger than I am, and I'm pretty thick in the midsection. And when he laid down, there's like rows that the pine trees are planted on. And right beside it, where this thing would have been standing, was a low area, like in between these rows. And when he laid down, the only thing I could see was the heel of his boots. He had his toes in the dirt, and that's all I could see of him. And I was 35 or 40 feet from him, and there's no growth. And he said, you see what I'm showing you? This thing, they can lay far flatter than we can. He said they'll spread out, and they can literally use their fingertips and crawl on their fingertips and tips of their toes only. And when he told me that, that's when the fear set in. You know, it's a high chance I didn't see that. It wasn't a vision or anything implanted. It could have very well been a real creature. And what's crazy is my ladder stand I hunted out of so many years is less than 50 yards from where he was standing. He was on the deer trail that runs directly beside my stand, 10 feet from my stand. and it kind of ruined it for hunting in that area for about a year. I didn't go back in that spot, but that's one of the areas I'm going to take you to because I get a lot of activity up there. It's normally growls, and you can hear that talking. Sounds like it's some type of Oriental talking. It's weird. But yeah, the bizarreness never stops. And today, when I was thinking about it, seeing these little clips, do you think that it's possible that somehow when I got there, I actually seen it and I don't remember that section of being there? I mean, do you think that's possible, or do you believe, because it seems to me it makes more sense that something or somebody planted a memory in my head because of all the different interviews I've watched with military people, retired high-ranking military people, and they talk about the government being able to implant artificial memories in people's heads, and I believe that. I've never experienced it, I don't think, but I believe that's true. And what I've heard from you and so many others, these Sasquatches, Bigfoot, have abilities that so far exceed us. I mean, they are superior in their environment. They cannot be matched, not by human. And I don't know, have you been out in the wild and had something like that happen to where you think it was a planted memory? Has that ever happened?
I've definitely had like loss of time and memory and where I've been. I have fights with dehydration a lot, so I've been confused in the forest before many times. And then add in all the stories I've read and people I've talked to that they have lost time for 3 hours. People have lost days, and then other people that have went missing, they were acting strange, calling their loved ones, saying, they were gone for 2 weeks and it was the future, it was the past. Yes, I think that they can definitely implant these memories and just confuse us and hit us with infrasound. And again, energy in our vision, it's a little bit more malleable than we give it credit for. So yes, we see things that might not be there, but then we don't see things that are there. And again, it's all waveforms and angles and the lighting, and they know you're coming from far away. I think they can sense it, and it's either frequency or just your bright light, but they're waiting for you in a lot of these incidences. And I think maybe they're trying to put that image out there as a warning for them so it goes smooth too, just so you realize that at least they're not going to kill you, because you haven't had any of these visions, at least in the forest, predicting that they're going to rip your head off. It's always something, peaceful and from a distance. So I think they're trying to build that bridge, but it also could be fairies, gremlins, and other deities like demons trying to manipulate everything. Maybe these Sasquatches are just other players in the game, and the demons and the ones that implanted all this could be, stirring things up. I would hate for that to be the case, but I would just love balance between everything.
Yeah, I wanted, you had mentioned the other night when I was with you guys on the Gypsy Road, I'd heard where you had mentioned about the fairies, and now I definitely have something to say that I've experienced on that. But do you have any firsthand encounters, or with it? Would you share one of those?
Oh yeah. I've had strange encounters with the little people pretty much all my life, because we've been bike riding and camping and getting into mischief, all of our life, and I've heard strange chatter in the forest that I don't really credit to Bigfoot, because I know that deep samurai growl that they, chatter and drop those songs, but these are whispers. I've heard whispers in the forest and tried to be lured, and people I've been with have been sleepwalking in the same room as me and being put under a spell. So I definitely think these creatures are out there and playing and pulling the strings. I'm good friends with Tristan and Cameron from Hidden Relief. They're the guys that I road tripped with. They had a story of their little nephew was being chased by this creature with like 6 legs right here in Chipley, Florida. So literally not
Oh,
far from around the corner of you. And there's all these sinkholes and other, deep impressions and strange natural anomalies. I don't know if you know about the Rock Hill Preserve over in Chipley, but it's a
no.
bunch of giant rocks that are closed to the public. Some people said it used to be a volcano. So think about all the tunnels below our feet with the aquifer and the Florida caverns, and then the sinkholes over by you. Yes, these creatures are a lot closer than we understand. But Tristan actually had a house elf come into his house, and there's actually a hole under his bed. So I've talked to people that have had face-to-face encounters, and as a kid growing up, we've been chased by these creatures in the woods, and over by Tappan Lake, a couple of my friends have been missing for long amounts of time, and we credit it to the fairies. And it sounds crazy to people, but guess what? We lose our teeth and we put it under a pillow for the tooth fairy. We tell fairy tales. It has shaped us. We've been programmed to believe one thing by the establishment, but always in the back of our head is the truth. And I think it all really combines. And the little footprint, it could have been a little Sasquatch, but it could have been these little elf or gremlins, and there's pixies. There is so many of these creatures. And if you look back at your footage on 0.25 speed or 0.50, I talk to Long Island Bigfoot all the time, and we find faces and symbiote creatures, these clear beings, but always these skyfish. There's like blue things. And actually, in our interview with Gypsy Road just yesterday, a guy found something that flew right beside your head that was not a fly, not a dragonfly. It wasn't an insect. It wasn't a bird. It was some kind of anomaly. And we have to open our eyes up because, yes, they surround us. And I just wanted to mention that the baby Sasquatch feet, you could tell the difference between a human and a little baby because their toes, they have purpose. They use their toes. Our toes are curled up in our shoes. Their toes spread wide and, grip. And I actually saw a nice cast of a little baby infant print at Tim T's house this past, 2 weekends ago. And it's just crazy to see it up close and personal. And yes, there is a clear difference between our feet and their feet. I honestly don't think there was many humans going, putting their boots on and crossing hard terrain and then putting their, taking their shoes off and walking that road. Right. But it is possible. It is possible. But I think there was a family, clearly, a 20-inch foot alpha, maybe the mother or a teenager, and then, of course, the infant. I think it was the alpha playing games with you and probably doing, the mind speak and mind games. Because it's just like, Brazilian jiu-jitsu or anything a human can train with. These beings have to practice and use training. It's not like every Sasquatch could just mind speak and implant brains. This is the chieftain. He's the scout. He's the one looking after his whole clan. There's probably a whole clan in those woods, and he's the one who has to feel you out. And, of course, it sounds crazy to a layman, but it makes sense when you connect the dots.
Yep, absolutely. And, there's something I didn't think about where you said pixies. And I'll share a bizarre thing that happened. I don't know if you had heard, I'd shared, I think it's been a year or two ago. Many years ago, before I had my bad encounter in Mariana, my youngest sister, I've got two. The one that lives by me that does real estate, wasn't her. It was the baby sister. Well, she had got me into ghost hunting, going to graveyards and asking questions, hit play or with a recorder, and then you hit play and you wouldn't hear nothing. But when you play it back, you could hear your question and there would be voices answering. It was bizarre. And I ended up, I went into a full-blown possession and I had to go through a minor rites of exorcism. It was hell. And there's no nice way to sugarcoat it. It was horrible. And that was it. I don't play with that no more. I don't fool with anything in regards to messing with the dead. I don't want to take a chance for that happening again. Because when you're you go into a possession. It's not like the movie Exorcist, where the girl, she was gone and this demon was there full time. It comes when it wants to, but when it would flare up, it's like you were watching a movie of what you were doing. I could hear everything I was saying, but it was like I was sitting way back in the room looking through toilet paper tubes. It was so strange. But when the demon would start to manifest in me, I would get just frigid cold air blowing from the inside of my skull. It would blow out around my eyeballs, and I could hear it. I could hear the hissing, and my eyes would water so bad they were freezing cold, burning cold. And then my voice would change several times. I don't know what I was saying. It wasn't English. It was just gibberish. But the anger was so extreme. I've never been mad like that in my life. And I finally had to seek help. And it took a while. Most of the churches I contacted, because I knew what it was. Because I had going into my house, I could be anywhere in my house and look down, and you could see your shadow when you're walking. And when I stepped into my bedroom, it would disconnect where, like when you take a step, your shadow is connected to your foot. I step in the room, it would disconnect from me, and it would shoot up to the back corner of my ceiling, and it would be squatting down like an Oriental person eating rice, like the videos you see in the Orient where these poor people are squatted down really low eating. It would squat that low, and no matter where I moved at in the room, it wouldn't move. It stayed there. The minute I stepped out into the hall, it would, like a lightning bolt, would be reattached to me. And I couldn't feel it. There was no change as far as what I was feeling. But anyhow, that before it got to the point of going through the possession, my house was insanely haunted. I've been scratched. I've had objects thrown across the room. The target was my son's room. They had a toy box. They were young. And the electronic toys would go off through the day. There was no set time. At noon, you'd hear them going off. The toys going off could be an electrical anomaly, something wrong with the machine. But I removed the back off all their toys. None of them had batteries in it because they were going off. And it did not stop it. It didn't slow it down. It continued. Well, we were in the backyard. I had a really nice, I think it was a Nikon, a digital, like a 35 millimeter. I had all the different lenses. I was really into photography back then. And we'd go out at night. Well, it was a DSLR camera, so it'd take wonderful nighttime pictures or video. And I was out there one night, and I always caught them in the video, but I never looked at them because in my mind, it was bugs going through the screen because you got your resolution, everything set low to where the shutter would stay open longer to get more of the that ambient light, what little bit was there for the better photograph. Well, I see these, it was fluorescent pink, fluorescent green, purple, and yellow. Not mixed. Each one would be a solid color, but those were the main colors: the yellow, pink, the purple, a blue. I had a blue one on there. And when I held my camera, it had a huge screen on the back. I'd see this color zipping through the screen. And it was like it had a tracer on it when it would go through. Well, I ended up, I had a burst mode on that camera. And I don't remember how many pictures, but it was a lot. It would take in just a couple of seconds. 3 seconds, you'd have 40 or 50 pictures. And they were just crystal clear. Well, I held it up, and one of them come by, and I hit the button, and brrr, and I just got the tail end of it. And so I kept holding it up, hitting the button, and I finally caught. I ended up catching 8 or 9 of them, but multiple photographs of them. I took it inside, put it on my sister's computer where we could see it on the big screen. They were 3 inches long, probably. It was a out of proportion human body, very skinny, 2 feet, 2 hands. The hands had 3 or 4 fingers. They didn't have 5. Really long fingers. The feet had toes on them, very long toes. But he had a heel. They had wings like a dragonfly, a human head on it with very big, very nasty looking eyes. I've seen the eyes on an insect, but I don't remember which. It wasn't a spider. I don't remember what it was, but very big eyes on them. Antennas on their head, and several of them, they were coming at me. And when they swerved, I was taking the picture and I caught on the swerve, and one of them, the pink one, when he swerved, his head was going down and his eyes were really big and he's looking at me. In the last frames, his mouth opens, teeth like a shark. Nasty looking creatures. And immediately I said fairies, and I called my sister. I was like, oh my God, when you get home, you got to see. We got pictures of fairies. And after that, we would go out trying to get pictures of them, and we got them every night. And it was so bizarre. And it was, 10, 12 years. And I didn't tell nobody, because who believes a grown man that sees fairies? I was afraid to tell anybody. And I'm watching a show in the early days of YouTube, and a guy comes on and he's talking about fairies. And I thought, well, this is interesting. He was being serious. He wasn't joking. So I listened. And then he pulls up video clips he's got in the early morning. The sun's coming up. There's light out. It's not real dark. And he's got a really nice camera, and he's got video of these things. It shows it zipping around. It comes up closer to the camera, and he pauses it and does this frame by frame, and it is the identical to what I was catching. And this was in Ireland, I think, or Scotland. It was somewhere across the pond. And he said they were fairies, and it blew my mind. So I started researching it, and millions of people in our country alone have seen them. And that got me to thinking, well, good Lord, everything that's been a fairy tale or a folklore or a myth, these mythological Zeus and Medusa, all these different gods and beings are proven to be real. And you just mentioned pixies, and I don't know if that little thing I saw, I don't know what the difference is with pixies or fairies. But if one of them's about that tall and flies, I think that's what we caught. And that was only probably 2 miles from where I live right now. And we've never seen them here. And I have looked for them. You can't see them with your eye. If you're looking out, you can't see them. But if you have a camera with a digital or with a screen on it, you can look through the screen, you'll see them. And it's just streaks of light. Pink, purple, yellow, blue, and green. You see these little streaks. Chances are that's what they are. I don't know if it's really fairies or not. I don't know what they are. But they are not a bug. It is definitely 100% a humanoid little creature. And they look nasty. There's nothing cute about them at all.
Yes, they are not Tinkerbell, 100%. And I'll definitely send you this interview that I interviewed this guy from our area that he had many encounters with pixies and fairies. And I don't know the exact definitions of each, what makes one each, but this guy has the breakdown of what each color means and what you can do and what you can't do with these creatures. And then there's rules that you can bring like 13 cents to trade with them. But the doors open very wide, but there's a reason they're in our movies, and there's a reason why it shaped our childhood, and they are closer than we could ever imagine. And yes, use your phone. And one idea that someone told me is don't actually look at your screen. Just, capture photos or capture a video, and then you can look back at it. But in the moment while you're videotaping, do not look at your screen. And that will help with orbs, pixies, maybe even Sasquatch. You never know. But always keep the cameras rolling and keep the audio rolling. And then watch it back in 0.25 speed and 0.50 speed and even 1.25 speed. Play with the things, because our eyes and our ears only see probably a speck of what's out there. I am big on fasting and meditation and potions, and I have seen some crazy things that normally my eyes wouldn't see and pick up. There is a life that is existing in the forest. Have you guys seen the machines that they hook up to trees and they're making these beautiful sounds? So there is just serenity out there that our ears have been blocked from hearing from generations of time. But I truly think there are pixies, and the owls are, reincarnations of people. And then the Sasquatch create the grid, and they lay the foundation, and everything else just falls into place. And then we exist, and we're walking souls of energy. And I hate the term when people call us a virus and that we're so bad for this planet. No, this planet will always succeed and thrive. I think all the hooting and hollering is just propaganda. Yes, we need to recycle more and treat others better and treat our planet better, 100 million %. But this is Mother Earth. This is the center of the universe. This is the creation. So this will always triumphant. We don't have to worry about being a virus or something bad. We have to cut that from our vocabulary, because we spell our words, we manifest our destiny. Our thoughts are water. We are made of what's above heaven, above the firmament. So we have to choose our thoughts and our words very wisely. And me, I get rambling and running, but I just try to always come back to the soul and the source and the creator. Yeah. And it leads me.
We're the center of everything. Absolutely. We are the center. And it's just, you got to stay in touch with that. And I'm with you 100%. There's something Livewire just posted up, and it's funny, but there's truth to this. He says, could you get him with a load of squirrel shot, and referring to the fairies? And that absolutely crossed my mind at the time when we were catching them. I wanted to shoot them with something lightweight so that I could catch one and check it out, see what it was. But at the time when a squirrel shot, I used the number 5 shot, which is a big pellet, and it would have destroyed them. I didn't have nothing, real like clay pigeon shells. I had nothing small, but that was definitely something I considered. But I've heard so many different interviews with other people on different channels that they believe these little flying fairies or pixies, whatever they are, they believe that these creatures have a supernatural ability to them. And if you start inflicting harm on them, they strike back. And evidently it's something that you don't want to, it's a fight you won't win. And I'm glad back then I didn't have any lighter shot, because I definitely would have shot him. I was not living with Christ. I was on the opposite end of the rainbow, so to speak. And thank God that I survived it. But there's so much out there. And, with the fairies, the pixies, I don't know what those are. But normally I'd see it dart to the side, like out of my peripheral, and I always put it off as a rabbit, a squirrel, something. It's never crossed my mind, what if that's one of these little creatures? And then I seen a video of this little humanoid thing, a foot tall, ran across the trail, and this was recently, and it blew my mind. It was on TV, and I told Kim, I said, look, that's that thing we saw up there. We was in the woods, and I seen one. And it looked like a little miniature dude with a big head, colored in a very primitive camouflage, what it looked like. And he moved like lightning, but we could hear him when he shot across we was on a game trail, a really well-used game trail. The pigs have it's about 3 or 4 foot wide. but it's open. It's palmetto bushes everywhere, but a lot of open area. And as he come in, I seen him out of my peripheral, but before I could react to turn my head, he was already crossing the game trail we was on. And for a brief second, he was right in my eyesight. I seen him, and he just kept going, and you could hear him. It was real faint, but you could definitely hear him. And I stopped and I looked over at Kim. I said, "Did you see that?" She said, "Was it a rabbit?" I said, "No, that was like a little dude. I don't know what that was. A little, I don't know what, a Martian or something." And
A
he
Smurf,
blew it off.
you know, a gremlin, an elf, a Keebler elf, Dobby in Harry Potter, Gollum in Lord of the Rings. We've always been surrounded by these little guys, you know, Santa and his little elf helpers. I don't
Yeah,
like when parents tell their kids that Santa's not real, because guess what? There's some kind of source to it. There's some kind
yeah.
of root to reality.
It
Of course, it's
originated.
not
Yeah,
a guy breaking in everybody's chimney, but there is something on the poles and in Antarctica and beyond the existence that they're telling us. And, you know, the story of him coming in the sky, come on, it lines up with something. And if you just change the words around too, the letters, it also spells weird things.
yeah, yeah. But I seen that. I think it was on YouTube. There was a channel that was playing, going back to the beginning of Santa Claus and the origins of it. And then they started playing with the letters and pulling certain numbers that the letters lined up with in the alphabet. And it kind of lost me on it, but it was fascinating to see where they were going. Somebody really done a lot of research into that, and things like that never crossed my mind. I just, growing up, it was Santa and Easter Bunny. And later in life, you know, we start snooping around. We find the presents in mom and daddy's closet, and, you know, the rest is history. But now that I'm getting older and I'm experiencing so many just high strangeness, stuff is going on everywhere, and it's getting worse. And like what you mentioned earlier, these things flying through the air. At the least this year, I've seen them with my eye, my naked eye, and it was not long after daylight. And I seen it coming down the road. It was coming toward me. It was kind of, you know, it was doing this number all over the place. It looked like a snake or an eel, maybe, probably that big around, about a foot and a half long. It wasn't really big. You could see through it. It looked like it was made out of smoke, but it definitely had a solid outline to it, an edge. And it's flying like this. It's all over the place. And as it gets to probably 30 feet in front of me, it starts going up, and I can see it going up all the way until it got beyond the pine trees, where the pine trees weren't behind it no more, and I couldn't see it. I know it was still there, but I ended up getting 5 or 6 pictures on 2 different cameras. The other cameras, other spots, I haven't got it at all. But 2 areas out there, I can put a camera up, and out of every 50 pictures, I'll have 4 or 5 pictures of that thing. I don't know what it is. I don't have an answer for it. And, you know, we got eye shine up there that looks to be about 9.5 feet off the ground. And the pictures, I had wild pigs coming in, eating. I took post hole diggers and I dug 5 holes in the ground, fairly deep. I filled them with corn, covered them back with soil, and I packed it as tight as I could pack it. And if you're looking to draw pigs in and to keep them in an area so that you can exterminate them or hunt them, you use post hole diggers, because it'll take them a while. They'll keep coming till they get every kernel out. And then you got these massive holes in the ground. Well, now those holes filled with water, and they keep coming back to them as a waller to cool down and to get the mites off of them. Well, the pigs were rooting around in here. Behind them, there's a double sapling, about 15 foot tall, real poor, 2 little pine trees. And then it's 40 feet or so behind it to get to the brush in the big pines. And in the picture, whatever this was 3 or 4 feet behind the saplings and about 5 feet to the side of them. And it was watching those pigs the whole time. It wasn't 40 feet from the pigs. They never knew it was there. And I got the eye shine of it looking, and they were the one time it was there about 43 minutes. according to the timestamp on the pictures, the pigs are just going all over right there in front of the camera. This thing was watching them. In a couple of pictures, you can see the eye. It looks like he turns his head. You only see, half of one eye, and you can see the whole other eye. And then it's like he turned it further, and you could only make out part of the eye shine. Like he turned his head. The next picture, it's back, and you got both eyes again. It is so bizarre, and I shared it. A couple of those pictures I shared on the channel, but he was there 2 different times, 2 different nights, and it was 43 minutes according to the timestamp, and it was almost 2 hours. Either the first night or second night, he was there almost 2 hours, very close to he wasn't in the same spot, but very close to it, about 15 feet further. But when I went up there, the ground, it's a lot of vegetation right there, grass on the ground, and it's probably a foot and a half thick, but the pigs have traveled through it, and so there's nothing to see. There's no tracks. There's nothing soft to actually leave a print in. But there's nothing for a coon or anything to climb. There's trees further back behind it. But if you look, several of the pictures, the moon is out, and so you could see where the 2 mature pines go up. You can see the sky behind them, and it's between them. It's not on anything. It's not flying because it sat there too long. But the part where the sky goes up is so dark. I tried to lighten it, and you sort of can see something there, but it's not clear enough for me to say it's definitely a Sasquatch. But the people I've showed it to, I showed it to 3 or 4 different people in person, and all of them said the same thing. That's a Sasquatch. There's no doubt. But I can't prove that's what it is. I don't have any proof. But I don't know what else would stand there that long and be that tall watching pigs. Why didn't he come in and grab one? Is it because the camera was there and he could see the camera? I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
That's super interesting. And it kind of reminds me of my buddy Tim T's footage. It's on his channel, Tim T in Florida. He has multiple game camera videos of, one was Sasquatch moving the game camera from behind the tree. So yes, I think they definitely see the cone of light, and they're aware of the cameras 99% of the time, of course. But he has caught other ones too. That one is this big orb in the shape of a Sasquatch in the mist. So I think they are able to manipulate the light and the energy with it and create this cloaking ability, maybe physically or just to the camera, and create a blur. But then he has another one that you can see its cone head, but then you see it turn into an orb and lift a deer up off the ground. The orb lifts a deer up off the ground. And this is on video on his channel and everything. And yes, I think they can change their energy and their appearance, and especially through a camera and a lens. And again, I said it earlier, people have said that they know when we are looking at them, like a picture of them. So if Patty was still alive, then she would know we're all looking at her. But I don't know if she survived much longer after that photo was taken.
I don't either. I've heard a lot of stories about what happened with that. The evidence that I've seen presented on it appears, in my mind, that there was a slaughter that took place. But I don't know. That's just going by what others have presented. And it would be a shame if that were the case. I hope that's not it. We don't know yet if these beings are truly demonic. We don't know what they are. And what happens if they're not, and we end up hunting them, killing them. And I don't want to have to answer for it. And I believe if they were demonic, I think the Spirit of God would put something in us to let us know, hey, bring out the big artillery. It's time to defend yourself. But I've never got that. Even the times that I've seen them, I've always been scared. Even if they only pass by at 100 yards from me, it terrifies me. I mean, it grips me from the inside out. And I've always been armed. I've never encountered one and not been armed. but I have never considered shooting it. I've never had that that feeling that I must kill it. Even that encounter I had in Mariana, and I thought I was going to die, but I never had the feeling. I've got a rifle in my arm. The barrel was pointing somewhere about here on him, upper chest area. Safety was off. My finger was on the trigger, and I had one in the tube, and I never considered squeezing the trigger. And I think it's because I was so afraid I didn't think about it. But I don't know. There may have been something else to it. And that's bizarre. I just seen in the chat, Connor, our brother Mark, Livewire, said that a good friend of his and his girlfriend had an encounter with one of the small beings camping in the back of their truck. And I guess that's what you were referring to, the little people.
Yes, the Pukwudgie, the Ewoks. There's tons of creatures that resemble these little beings, and maybe they are just little Sasquatch dwarfs, but I think they're its own type of subspecies because there is so much out there. But yeah, just to touch on a couple things, I think the massacre is definitely a touchy subject with some people, but I sniff it out as it's a cover-up because it lines up with a lot of other cover-ups and how people want to act and want to kind of censor us and try to play victim and be like, oh, yeah, no, don't talk about that. No, guys, let's try to get to the truth. Bobby Short was a beautiful person in this world, and then she was trying to spread awareness, and a lot of the people, you know, Renee DeHinton, John Green, a lot of them have some touchy past, and they were trying to say it's a monkey. Oh yeah, because if you kill a monkey, then it's not that bad. You're just a guy hunting. Yeah, but no, it's their beings. I
bet my life on it. Yeah, they're definitely not monkeys. There is the closest encounter I had was the one in Mariana. But he was so close to me, I could have laid my hand flat palmed against his chest, and my elbow would have still been at a 45-degree angle. He was so close, and there was no gorilla or no monkey there. I didn't see any primate in him at all. I seen, to me, it was prehistoric man. It was a human, but just. I think it would be hard for me personally to kill one unless it was a situation I didn't have a choice. But I do not believe that I could actually go out, put my crosshairs on the back of his head and pull the trigger. The face on him, what makes him different than human, the eyes are so much bigger than what ours would be if we were that size. To me, they look 1.5 times larger than what they should be. And the face, the ones I've seen, the cheeks are almost flat, very large, the big jawbone right there, but it's really flat looking, a really thick, heavy built nose, sort of like African American look, but just a very primitive look to it. But the eyes, they're very human looking, but just they're too big. But I just, I don't know. I do believe they are a form of people, and who knows? They may have been the first human type creatures on the planet. It may be them, and we may be the invaders. I don't know. It's a strange topic, and there's so many different thoughts and so many different people of what they are, but none of us truly know. We're all assuming. And the only thing I know for fact is they scare me horribly bad. There's nothing out in the wilderness that scares me as bad as they do. And that's probably the main reason that I would never be an investigator, because I don't want to walk up on one. I do not. I love finding the weird structures, the things that they build. I love finding that stuff. And the turtle shells you find way up on the pine trees. Normally, I found 2 of them the same day. The limbs that, the pine limbs, they'll die, but there's these stobs like a foot long that will go way up the tree. 13 to 14 foot up, there's a turtle shell impaled on one of them stalks. I get further down the game trail, the same game trail, and there's another one, and it's probably 15 foot, and it's the limb is pushed through the hole where the tail should be, and it comes out the front leg hole. It was a bird didn't do that, and I don't think a coon could do it. I don't know. I mean, they're smart enough, but I don't think they have the physical strength to take a good sized gopher turtle and reach out and slide his shell over the limb like that. And I found two on the same day, and one of them I got in the house right now. I was able to knock that one down. I picked up a piece of deadfall, and I just kept working it until I got it off. The second one, I got it down, but it broke when it hit. But the one that was intact, we got it inside sitting on the piano. I still have it. But I find a lot of turtle shells stuck up on trees. If there's a tree broken 6 to 8 foot where it snapped off, there'll be a turtle shell on top of it. And usually either I can just barely reach it, or it's like a foot out of my reach, where a 6 foot man could probably put it up there. So I never blew it off as being a Sasquatch. But some of these areas I'm finding them, there's no sign of human footprints anywhere. And I'll go into a certain area in a location. I'll come back 3 months later to hunt it, and my tracks are still there from the first time when I went there earlier in the year, but there's no other human sign. And so I don't know. It could have been somebody from a year earlier, could have been back there. So I've never shared that in a video and said, hey, a Sasquatch done that, because I don't know. It'd be a guess, and I don't want to assume and put false information in somebody else's mind, and then they're seeing Sasquatch with everything that they find, and I don't want to do that, because then I'm the bad guy, and there's a few of them bad people out here, and we don't want to become part of it.
Right, there's already enough of the problems out there. What about that giant bone that you found? Wasn't that propped up on something just waiting?
Yeah. Well, I still got it. It's I think Kim's in bed right now, but I'll take you to that area where I found it at. I should be able to find the same tree, but yeah, this tree is probably 8 foot, I guess, and it's snapped off. And this was, I don't remember if it was before the hurricane or after. I don't remember, but that area didn't get hardly any damage at all from the storm. It's west of Chipley. Walking in there, I was filming when I found that, and there's a tree snapped off pretty high, 6 foot or so, and I walked past it, and a little ways past there's another one, and this one's broke off about 8 foot, maybe a little higher, but the tree's still connected, so it just goes up, and then it's got a 90-degree bend, and the tree extends way out, and right where it's broke, that bone was laid right there on top. And this thing's that big around, and it's, I don't know, 20 inches long, weighs about 5 pounds, is so thick. I don't know what it's from. I don't have a clue. There's no farms there. There's nowhere for an animal. There's nothing out in that area. I've hunted that area for a very long time, since I was 16 years old. When I became legal to drive, that was one of the first places I started hunting by myself. And I have never seen, I've seen some very big wild pigs out there. I've never seen one big enough to have a bone like that. He would have to be 2,500 pounds or bigger to have a bone that dense. And I still have that bone. And when we get together here soon to go out and do us a hike, I'll show that to you. But it was so high I couldn't reach it. And I ended up finding a limb on the ground, and I had to stand on my toes and I could barely, kind of bump the end of it. And I kept bumping it until it finally fell off, and I got it. And it kind of scared me at first, because I was so excited. It hit the ground, and because I thought it was a bone. It took me a minute. I thought, that looks like a bone, but it's so big. it hits the ground. I run up to it and I just, I wrap my hand around it, picked it up. And then afterwards, I'm thinking, man, what if it's got anthrax or, what was it? And I got my hands all over it. And here I am scratching the inside of my mouth and picking my nose and everything else. And, but I brought it home and, we haven't had any problems from it being here. The only thing that caused problems was the 2 deer heads that we found at the property. And I brought them home and I buried them in this bathtub that I was decomposing, making soil in. And it's loaded with earthworms and nothing would touch it. I stuck it in an ant bed. I mean, it sat for a long time buried. And I ended up doing a live show and I showed it on the live show where people could see it. And the eyes still looked wet. And I had it here for probably 3 weeks and it was buried for a week and a half, 2 weeks. I had it buried and a beetle wouldn't get on it. There was no flies, nothing would touch it, but it had a smell to it. Not a death smell like a dead animal. It smelled like some strange chemical. It had a really bizarre, it was rank, but it had the odor that came off of it. It seemed like it left a film in my mouth. You could taste it, smelling it. I know it doesn't make sense, but just it being the odor in the air, I could taste it. But when I brought them home, we started having paranormal activity in the house, a lot of it, and it got pretty bad. And I think I had a couple of people. I think Seven Pearls, she's here now. My crazy sister, Seven Pearls, love her to death. I think it was her and Pappy that had said, them deer heads maybe was causing that activity. And I never put that together. And I thought back on it, and I was like, crud, that's when it started, was when I brought them home. And I took them back out. And I actually, I put them out in the woods. There's a creek or a ditch that runs under the road, and it flows heavy out the swamp. And I threw them down in that water. And I watched them as they went about 15 feet or so, and they sunk to the point I couldn't see them no more. And I've been back out there since, and the water's way down, but there's no heads there. So hopefully they washed way out in the swamp. But it was so bizarre. They were set up on the ground like they were watching my property. Like the way they had them set, they were touching. It almost looked like something, an occult type thing is what it looked like. And I seen them, and these were bucks. They got horns on them, pretty bucks. And hunters don't shoot deer and throw the horns away. You can't eat them, but I don't know anybody. I know guys that hunted for 50 years and they shoot these bucks, baby deer with little bitty horns, and they got the horns in their basement or in, they keep them. I don't know why they keep them little ones, but these were not little. These were mature deer. And
with the rack connected still.
Yes, the rack's still on.
That's crazy because Tim T found 2 full adult deer skulls too with the rack still on them, and he accepted them as gifts because they were left on a tree stump. But like as you witnessed and observed, I think they had theirs laid out watching you, and that just opens the door to how many possibilities they have that they can see through skulls and pelvises that they lay out in the forest to keep an eye out on.
I never even thought about that. But these still had it looked like they were just removed from the deer. I mean, they're still got the hide on them, still full of flesh. I mean, fresh. 3 weeks later, the meat looked like I just removed the head off the deer. It was still red and still pliable, not dried up and hard. And when I realized something ain't right with them, I did a live show, and somebody in the chat said, well, flip it over to where it was removed, because I didn't want to show that because it's, in my mind, it's gore and it disrespects the animal. And just like when I share a hunting experience, I don't show the wound, I cover it. And if there's no way to cover it, I'll put my hat on it. Or if I can't cover it, I won't show the animal at all because it disrespects that life. And finally, people were asking, and I never paid attention to where it was cut off. And I was expecting to see where somebody took a sharp buck knife, cut it, and broke the bone. I flipped them over, and it literally looked like somebody grabbed the deer's neck and just twisted it and ripped it off. There were no cuts. It was torn off. Both of them were. And it put a reality in me. You know, whatever has happened to these deer, it wasn't at the hands of man. I don't know anybody that could remove the head of a deer. I don't know a living man. Someone the size of Shaq, if they were on steroids and, you know, lifting 1,000 pounds, they don't have the strength to pull the head off of the deer. It's impossible. And even like when we clean them, I don't waste nothing. I don't cut the bottom of the neck and throw all of that out. When I clean a deer, I cut all the way at the back of the jaw, right behind the ears, and we use everything. And when I'll cut the meat away from the bone where it's just the vertebrae, and I cannot pull the head off. And 245 pounds, putting my weight on it, it will not pop loose. I have to literally cut the tendons and what connects the vertebrae to one another. I have to cut all that and then twist it, and it'll finally snap loose. And I don't mean to gross any of you guys out, just trying to express how much power it takes to remove the head of a deer. And that's one with no connecting tissues, only bone. I don't have the strength or the weight to pop it off. And whatever removed the heads of these two deers, I believe they were alive. Both of them had their eyes open. 3 weeks later, the eyes still had a shine to them. They were still filled with fluid and had shine. And it was the most bizarre thing I've ever seen.
That's crazy because when you said the chemical thing, a lot of the missing people, when they actually find the bodies, and if they do a full autopsy, they find out that the bodies have high levels of GHB. And that's like roofie, you know, the date rape drug. It makes you paralyzed. And then literally you smell a chemical smell. But I always heard it was odorless and colorless, you know. But maybe these animals can, you know, read that there's this chemical, or just that it's marked and killed by a Sasquatch. I think that would be enough. But the fact that you said they were alive, yes, maybe they were just very well alive during the incident. It happened really fast. But maybe these Sasquatch creatures because GHB is produced in your body naturally. So these creatures somehow know how to trigger this GHB in our bodies, and it paralyzes us. And just like you said, that deer was probably paralyzed with its eye open while that deed was done. And wow, it's just crazy how some things align. But yes, I think Sasquatch killed those deer and left those out for you. And maybe since it killed it, it's able to access the eyes, you know. And I know that gets pretty sci-fi, but the mind cannot make up anything, guys. Every horror movie and sci-fi movie is based on something. And there is so much more testing out there than we could ever imagine. M. Night Shyamalan's movie will tell you that.
Oh yeah, but that's, you know, that even goes to the ancient stories of the skinwalkers. You know, outside of them wearing the coat of an animal and taking on that animal's physical attributes, they were also able to see through the eyes of other animals. And I do believe that is truth. I've never witnessed it, but it's the Native American Indians, the Canadian Indians, the South American Indians from 1,000 years ago. They didn't have the technology, and I don't believe that they had the ability to lie, because they would do something against the rules of the chief, knowing they would be removed from the tribe, or even beaten to death, tortured, or beheaded. Killed. They would still confess to what they've done, and they know it was lights out for them, and they didn't want to die. They didn't want to go through being rebuked from the chief. They didn't want to go through that, but they would rather tell the truth and suffer the consequences than to tell something that wasn't true. And for them to say, we're the medicine men would make these deals, or however they come about becoming skinwalkers, and being skinwalkers, they didn't have to wear the hide of that animal to see through the eyes of it. They were able to see through the eyes of other animals. And it never crossed my mind that if these beings are able to do the same thing, who's to say they didn't harvest that animal for food and then use the head to watch our property? Because it was where our property meets the property on the west side. That area is where all the activity normally happens. Right now, we got a lot of bones scattered and broken trees at the north end where we never had much of anything happen. And that was as of 3 days ago when me and Kim went up. But the south end is where all the activity has always been. And that's where the two heads were. But they were on the property line, but on the neighbor property. I could stand on my property, lean over and touch them. I mean, they were right there, but they were on the neighbor's property. As far as their legal position, they were actually on the neighbor property. They're 2.5, 3 feet from our property. And it makes sense because the way they were set in a V, like looking out to where one was watching toward the northeast corner. The other one was watching the southeast corner. It was just, everything about it was off. And when I took them, I was going to take them back over there, and I thought about it, and I didn't want them by my property. And so we took them out to Caryville, and that's where I dumped them out there. And that area, I've had some really strange things happen to me filming out there. I had my camera turned on 3 times, and it was in my backpack. And what's crazy is that GoPro, I got the new one that was sent to me by my brother in Australia. Then I got my old one. The old one's in the backpack. Both of them I keep on silent mode because when I hunt, I film that too. And I don't share the footage when I'm shooting something, but I use it. If I can't find the animal right away, I go back and watch the footage and I see where I hit him at. And then I know if he runs and I hear him crash, I'll just pull the footage up and see, well, that's definitely a fatal shot. That's an immediately fatal shot. And I'll go right to him. But if it's kind of, far back, or if it's not where it needs to be, I'll give him a few hours before I go after it. But I don't show that footage. But I keep my cameras on silent. So when you hit the record button, there's no sound. And I'm walking through Caryville in that area, and I hear beep, beep. I thought, what the heck is that? And when I got the camera, I only had it a week, and I found how to silence it, and it's been silent. So I wasn't accustomed to that beep. So I'm checking my phone. I've got the new GoPro on the little stick. Now I'm looking at it. What is beeping? And I'm thinking my backpack, I said, oh, my battery bank. Maybe it beeps. I've never run it dry, but maybe something turned it on and I run the power out. So I set it down. I'm going through all my stuff, and I see the red light on the GoPro. And I picked it up, and it's recording. I turned it off, and it beeped. I was like, oh, geez. So I go in the settings real quick. I turn it back to silent, and I turn it back off. Put everything back up. Now, that GoPro was in a hard case that's in a backpack with a case under it and a case above it. These little cloth covered boxes. And it's just a protective case for them cameras. They're so expensive. They're not worth just throwing around. I put it all back on my back. I start recording on the one that I got on my little stick. I walk 5, 6 feet, and I hear the beep, beep. I was like, no, it can't. So I stopped recording, take it off. It's on again. Well, then I took it out. I pulled the battery. I put a brand new battery in it, checked it, 98% charged. That's perfect. Turn the beep off, turn it back off. And I stick it in the other case to the new GoPro because there's nothing in it to hit the camera. I set it in that one in the little foam pouch. zip it up. I could throw it out of a moving car. Nothing's going to happen. Put it on. I make it 20 steps. Beep, beep. It's recording again. And I just said, something's wrong with it. And I just let it record. I finish my walk, get back to the car, and the battery's dead. Memory card's filled up with nothing. You can hear me fussing where I was talking about it. The third time, I was like, oh my God, what's going on with this stupid thing? I get home, charge the batteries up. It never happened again. Me and Kim go back out there. A month later, it's cooling off. It's beautiful. We go back out there to film. We're walking through that spot. We get almost to it. Kim has to go to the bathroom. So I stopped recording and I looked at the camera down to like 28% or something. I said, well, you go ahead, go over there by the water, and I'm going to change the battery in the camera. I take the battery out, and I've only got the new GoPro with me. The other one is in the car. I didn't want to carry all that extra stuff. So I put the new camera in it. I turn it on. I'm waiting on her. She gets done with her business. She comes up. I said, are you ready? She said, yeah. So, okay, I'm going to start recording now. I hit record. I'm very close. I don't know. I may have been in the same area or same exact spot. I was in the same area for sure. Sorry about the background noise. There's two swamps. They're very long, but they come together, and there's a waist-high reeds through this one area about 50 foot long, and then it opens back up, and it's planted pines. It's beautiful. That area is where the camera got stupid, like a month or two before, a while back before. Where it come up in that same area, probably within 10 feet of the exact spot where the other camera, that GoPro 8, acted up. New camera's on. I'm recording, filming, and we're walking, and I'm just looking around, watching for snakes, and just trying to be careful to move the camera slowly. And it goes beep, beep. And I look down at the camera, and it's turned off. I turn it on. I go to the sound. The sound's turned on. So I turn the sound back off. I hit the record button. It starts recording. I walk 10, 15 feet. It beeps again. I look. It's not recording. The sound's on. We get out of there. I get back home. It never happened again. 2 times in the same spot, 2 different cameras it did it to. But the day the one in my backpack was acting up, I was filming with the 9, the GoPro 9, and it had no problems at all. It worked perfectly. And you can hear the beeps. When I got home, was going through the footage, you can hear the beeps in it. You hear me fussing about it, and you hear me going through the backpack and taking it, because it was such a pain in the rear. In that backpack, I've got my drone in a case in the backpack. I've got the little case for the GoPro 8. I got the little case for the GoPro 9. Then I got the case for my wireless microphone on top. Then I got my extra camera pole. I got all my stuff. So everything's got to come out to get to the case for the 8. And after the second time, I just put it in the top case in the 9 before I can get to it, and it still come on. I just let it go. But when we went back and the 9 did the same thing while I was filming, it turned off. But I don't know if there's a ley line there, because people say that has energy effect on things. I don't know, but something there changes the settings in the camera. I think it even changed it to the wide mode. I do not film in wide mode. And when it turned off and the beep was on, I turned the beep off. I started recording. And when I hit start, I realized it was in wide. And now I could have done that. I don't know if I did, but I just let it finish recording in wide. I didn't want to stop and mess with it. But I don't know. There's something there. And
it sounds like you're kind of dealing with the vortex. I'm watching a little bit of videos on the Montana vortex. And of course, we're all just electric energy, and then add in the earth, and that is just a source of energy. But they have crazy experiments over in Montana that they'll walk across a board, and it's totally level, and they'll have you like measured up, and you will literally shrink. Your whole body will shrink. So yes, there is these strange anomalies, and then add in electronics, probably patented by bad people that made deep deals with these creatures that can tap in dimensions. What's GoPro backwards? Who even knows? But
I never even thought about that. I'll definitely get confused or try to think that. Pappy just put on there, he says, Donnie, all that camera gear in your backpack. Wow, I hope the toilet paper wasn't on the bottom.
I've had a lot of problems with GoPros dying. Just in the Green Swamp, my buddy Cameron was videotaping with my GoPro, and it overheated and ended up dying. Yes.
That's the back pocket. It's just habit. I'm always in the woods, so I always have tissue on me.
2 pairs of socks too is always a good one because it's good for blisters, and then you have one to work with. I had a funny story, a scary story that I actually sharded after doing some knocks and yelling out in the Pascagoula River, actually. And I got caught with my pants down by something charging at me. So, yes, you have to be serious at all times when you're out there. And you can have fun and be yourself. And if you are going after these strange cryptids, be yourself, because they're just going to be curious. Don't be going after them and calling them. Just act normal and go on a hike. Trust me, they'll find you if they're out there. Real quick, though, I just want to tell everybody about the Ocheesee Pond Wildman, because it's right in me and Donnie's backyard, and not many people know that story. But in the 1800s, this wild creature was harassing women and children in the Panhandle Swamp, the Ocheesee Pond. It's about a 9-mile swamp filled with cypress that you could barely get to, and there's tons of islands and strange anomalies over there. But one was captured in the 1800s by Native Americans and Civil War veterans, and then they shipped it to the Capitol, and then the governor actually sent it to Chattahoochee Hospital, which is known for experiments, and there's a movie with Gary Oldman in it that talks about the cruelties behind that fence. But they actually kept that creature there for 3 years, and they buried it right next to thousands of other Native Americans. So anybody that's calling out, we need their bones, we need their bodies, we need their DNA. Guys, no, it's already been done. Let's just get our feet down on the ground and move forward, because there is thousands of people's, firemen, military, teachers, professors, whatever profession you want to say, has had strange encounters, and they have respect in the community. So we need to look at them like brothers and sisters and just listen to them while they're pleading the truth. And there are so many stories out there. I want everybody to look into Dennis Martin, Cullen Finnerty, Henry McCabe, Alan Osmond, Jared Adadero. I think all of them had links with Sasquatch and their disappearances, and sadly the end of their life. And yes, these creatures are good and look out after us, but I think there are negative ones out there that probably just been done wrong by humans, or the black ops, or all the other genocides going on in this world. But we just need to learn how to coexist with one another and everything else in this realm, because this world is made by the Creator. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Like, heaven is a real physical place. It is closer to us than most places we see on TV. So we have to act like it. Just like Don was saying, one day in heaven is thousands of years on earth. So let's just cherish the time we have until it's our next chapter, because there is a life after this. Your pineal gland in the middle of your brain, it floods with dimethyltryptamine the exact second you die. And dimethyltryptamine is released when we dream, in the exact second we die. So I'm big on, there is another chapter. There is something else out there, and we really has to grasp it, guys. Absolutely. Because the Watchers and the Nephilim and the fallen ones, they're trying to interfere and manipulate us. And these are the most trying times of humanity up to this point. Why do you think God himself is going to come back and try to lead us? Like, we need to accept it. We need to be ready for that. And if we're drawing lines and, hiding behind masks, then we cannot fully grasp who our being is supposed to be. And I just want everybody to walk their path, and they'll find what they need to find.
Yeah, I'm absolutely in agreement. 100%. And one of the things I wanted to ask you the other day when we had talked, when you invited me over with Eric on a Gypsy Road, something I wanted to ask you. And you know how the government feels about the Sasquatch. It's deny, deny, deny. If a family or an individual has an involvement with one of these creatures to where they have to, they shoot it or they have to get authorities involved, the government comes in, they wipe them out, whatever they do, they get rid of the problem. Then the person is threatened with death to them or their loved ones, their job, everything is taken from them if they speak of it. Now, the times that we're in, and the good book, it says that right now, the time we're supposedly in is leading up to the return of our Lord and Savior. Up until the time he returns, the Dark One is building his armies to prepare for that great battle, the great day of the Lord. Now, what if we know the governments are crooked? There may be good people in the government, but the majority of them, they don't care what's happening to the little man like us. They cannot get wealthy off of us. There's nothing they can do. They can take everything we have, and it's not going to increase their net worth by anything. We don't have it. But they want the big guys, the Sasquatch, to be non-existent. Now, what if the reason is that these creatures could possibly be on the good side of the Creator, and they have not blackmail, but they have something that gives us the upper hand when Satan rises to conquer the Christian fellow, the God-fearing people. What if these big guys are the silent army that is going to be fighting for Christ? What if they're here for that? They're the hidden warriors. And the government knows that. Keep it quiet. Don't let the people know. Keep filling their minds with, falseness and blasphemy. And it's just a thought. I'm not saying that's the case, but it's something that I have thought about. I believe if the Sasquatch were truly a demonic being, then the governments would absolutely have them in the front line. They're going to pull them in. They're going to draft. They're going to do something to bring these things in with them, whether it be sign treaties with them. They're going to do something. They're going to offer a trade of some type to get them on their side, because there's not an army on the planet that can do battle with something like them things.
Yeah.
You get an army of Sasquatch and, it's all hell for whoever comes against them.
100%. I think you're on to the right path 1,000,000%. Like, I've heard stories of dogman armies with freaking armor down in South America that are setting up for these end times. I definitely think Sasquatch probably is on the side of Christ, and that is why there's a genocide and they're hunting these beings down and they're hiding them from us, and they're hiding them. They're sweeping them under the rug because they can teach us how to be true beings of this earth and learn from nature. They don't want us connecting with the Sasquatch because then they can't govern us anymore. And there's so many mentions. The Edomites, Esau was covered in red hair, red fur, and then he preferred hunting, venison, and then sleeping outside. And then, of course, Cain is the marked one. And even in the Book of Mormon, Joseph Smith in the 1800s met Cain, and Cain was covered in hair as tall as Joseph on top of a horse riding. And I think Cain is still, he's marked, so he is doomed eternally, they said, but I think he still has descended. So maybe there is the negative ones and the positive ones. But I've also heard stories
of Cain. The curse of Cain. God cursed him, and it says that Cain, he tells Cain, you would seek death for all of your days, but you shall never find it. That right there tells you that Cain is immortal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's here to the end. And if that's the case, then Cain has the ability to repent. It's not too late as long as he's still alive. He'll have the ability, but he's got to suffer through the torment, the curse that God put on him.
Yep.
And who knows, he may, if these creatures are descendants of Cain, if he's the main one, and through breeding with human women, he's got offspring, and it continues and continues. What if the end Christ returns and Cain is a Sasquatch? He repents, gives his life to Christ, and automatically he becomes part of the army. Now, Satan's army is in serious trouble because now there's some, 8 to 10 foot, very angry giants that are working on behalf of Christ. We don't know, just assuming, but a scenario like that would definitely work against the evil one in a big way.
100%. That's why they're trying to create the division.
Yeah, and I can't understand why else would the government be so jacked up about keeping these things quiet. Why is it hidden?
Right.
It
There's
doesn't make
definitely
sense.
a spiritual sense because it's not about safety. It's not just about logging because they write the rules. They can break the rules. They can rewrite the rules. So I think there is the grand fight at the end. And wouldn't that be the ultimate story if Cain repents and saves humanity and just God's creation? I think that is honestly how the story is written. And all these creatures are looking out after us. I am very against, the establishment and anything that comes back evil. Even Universal Pictures and Paramount Pictures. Paramount Pictures is Mount St. Herman. That's exactly where the fallen angels landed. And they boast it right on all the movies that they give us. And then the Universal, if you look at the breakdowns of the ball, it's Baal. It's the goat man. Baal. The heavens declare the glory of God and the firmament showeth his handiwork, guys. Heaven is a real place to me. It's not a metaphor. It's not some thought. It's up. Like you said, plant and nature rise up,
And it's supposed to be, heaven on earth.
Yep.
It is on earth. It's here. And I believe it is a different dimension or a different reality. But according to what I've read in the Bible and some of the ancient writings from the old prophets, it all points to the same thing. Heaven is on earth. It is here.
Yep.
And that's why it says, as soldiers to Christ, we are to reclaim the land. The rocks cry out for us. And if we are truly for the Creator, then we are supposed to respond. We have power over the elements of the earth. We don't have power to whip a demon. We don't have that. But we have authority to where we can call on Christ or the angels, and on our behalf, they come through and, whatever ill demonic forces against us, by using that authority and calling on our Father, they're beat, they're whipped. And I think these big hairy creatures, they fall in line somewhere. They are connected either to God or against him. But the way the governments are keeping them hush hush is leading me to think that there's a high chance they could, if they're not for the Father right now, I think the time will come, and it may be in the very last minutes before we don't have the ability to repent no more, right before it's too late. Maybe that's the time that they give their life to Christ. They repent, and now we got these holy, divine, 10-foot tall powerhouse creatures that are fighting for God. That's every 20 men they come against is doomed instantly.
And
but
they
I
have special
really
powers about them, and electricity, and teamwork makes the dream work. When you're in a room full of people humming at the same time, it creates a resonance. It's a frequency. So imagine all
Yeah.
those beings, you know, and then add in the Indian mounds and the mound builders, and then the pyramids that are in the all over the world that align, you know. Again, you have to add in everything, and it starts to make sense. Like, these beings
Yes,
are
it
our
does.
ancestors, and someone had to teach the Native Americans how to live. They didn't just, you know, start eating berries and practicing medicine. No, they traded this information. The Hoopa people used to live with the Sasquatch out in California, and this is all documented. And all we could do is just
Yeah.
tap into it and try to open doors for people and share our own experiences. But guys, it's coming to the end days that we have to start speaking loudly and precisely and with courage, and speak like you're a preacher, speak like you're a teacher, speak like you're a human being with limited time just on this
Yeah.
realm. Like, it's limited.
Absolutely.
We represent eternity, so the time is always now. And every conversation you have, try to leave that energy with that person. And I just try to do that myself. You know, I'm just trying to create a spider web.
I just seen Seven Pearls put something up, and it just guys, I have not been reading the chat. I've just been so focused on what our brother Connor's been sharing with me. He fascinates me deeply, and I'm absorbing everything he's sharing. And I apologize. I'm always all over the chat to keep an eye on everyone. I apologize for that. We will be taking questions here very shortly, in a few minutes. I'm sure Connor's getting tired too. But
I'm not tired. I'm just super hot. Like, literally, I don't have the AC on in my house because I didn't want it to be super loud. And my house is 85 degrees right now, and I'm just sweating a little bit. And I opened up the doors, but you know what? It's hotter outside than it is in the house right now. So
I'm outside. Yeah, I'm outside right now. Yep.
It was nice when the wind was blowing earlier, but no, I'm doing great. I'm loving it, man. I'm off the next few days. I'm just soaking it in. And to be here,
I'm gonna get up with you. I'll probably be getting up with you tomorrow. But Seven Pearls put on here, the Squatch are watchers and faith testers, and that is one of the truest statements that I feel in my gut, that is absolutely the truth. Because when is it that you truly start praying from the heart, regardless if you walk with Christ or you're just a believer, but not a faith-filled believer? When one of these creatures presents himself to you, even the people that are not saved, what's the first thing they do? They start praying. They see these things, they're horrified, and that's a test of faith. You know, huh? Night, baby. I love you. No, Kim says good night, everybody. I thought she was already in bed. Guess she was waiting for me. But yeah, that just when I seen that, I had to throw it up. And Seven Pearls is she's sharp. I love her to death. And
she's a sister, 100%. And I can't wait to meet her in real life, because she's a goofball just like me. So I think we'll be out around the campfire after midnight.
Oh yeah, a lot of people bring the fire. She's the one that blows it out. She is definitely the firecracker. I love her to death.
One of my most faithful experiences was back in, I think it was 2012. My sister was in a really bad car accident. She was a passenger in a drunk driving accident, and she was actually in a coma for 7 days, a week, and she had really bad water on the brain and blood on the brain, bunch of crazy stuff. And we were actually at a prayer service at St. Ambrose out in Brunswick, and during the prayer service, my sister woke up, and that's just super crazy to me. I'm very close with the spiritual side. The church sometimes gets in the way of, the truth. Like, fixed and immovable means fixed and immovable. I'm big on what the book says and what I observe, and not what's been mended to try to get people to follow along. I'm big on, the spirit, the truth, the heavens, the sky, like our connection. And looking back at it now, it was crucial in my story, because in good ways and bad ways, because that whole time, like, my sister has dealt with being an addict and in and out of jail. She has stole from our family and made our lives hell. But she's my sister, and I love her, and I understand that she's a victim of this dark world and the demons, and she's stronger than I could ever imagine to be. And she would love to hear that. And me and her are on sometimes opposite sides of the spectrum, but man, you realize in some of those craziest moments, like, just how small you are, but how big you are as well. And I really don't know where I was going with that, but my sister was in a coma and she woke up during a prayer service. So, like, miracles are real, guys, in the power of thought. And when Donnie is asking for positive vibes, it means something, guys, because one of my favorite lines is, your thought is more powerful than you think. Like, we spell words, we manifest destiny. You think of something, it happens. So when people need help, guys, just think positive. And, if you can't give a tip, give positivity. I'm broke as a joke, and I just try to spread words, and I just hope that that's what I'm remembered for, is just, positivity, and, just leaving my trail a little bit greener than I left it.
Absolutely. And that's the mission, I believe, of every human on the planet. That was what was instilled in us before we were ever put in the womb of our mother. I do believe, we were intended to come and love one another, learn from one another, and help one another when times are dire. And where we're at now, it's the complete opposite. And the Bible tells us in that time before the return of Christ, before the great day of the Lord, brother would turn against brother, neighbor against neighbor, and that's where we're at. I mean, people are wanting to kill another human because their skin is a different color. What kind of stupid garbage is that mess? I have no desire to hurt anyone. And now, if they come into my house at night and we're asleep, a different story. I'll do what's necessary to protect my family and myself, but I don't go looking to cause trouble. I don't want a part in it. I don't have a vacant file to store trouble in. And we avoid it. And if Kim and I are somewhere and trouble starts brewing, whether it's with us or not, if something starts, we just leave. We get out of there. And one of the areas I actually filmed that not too long ago is on Ecofina Creek, and you know where Ecofina is.
Yep.
We was on the new section where all the new docks over by Willowford Spring, and it was so pretty. And I got a lot of beautiful flowers, which I love flowers. I got a lot of really close up, clear footage, and I was having a good time. Then these teenage, probably 19 to 21 age, a bunch of them show up. They're drinking, the foul language, and they were getting really loud. And then they're playing the music extremely loud, and I couldn't share the video because of the foul language and then the music they were playing. I would get a copyright strike,
right? And
so I was never able to share it. All that footage, 2 hours worth of footage, was garbage. But we left. When they started getting loud and the cussing and the filth they were talking, we just packed up and left. But that area right there where Willowford Springs is, you know where that one is at?
I'm not familiar with Willowford, but I know the Ecofina Creek area, so I'm sure I could find it on the map. And the Devil's Hole is very interesting over there too.
Yeah. I forgot all about Devil's Hole. And I don't remember all the details on this, but I'm going to try to remember what happened. Long years ago, this was probably mid-90s, late 90s. A bunch of us were back there at Devil's Hole, and we had tents pitched everywhere. We were swimming in the hole and swimming in the creek. And from the creek, upstream, you know how thick the woods are up there, you could hear that howling. That's now I know it's the Sasquatch. Multiple tone. It's one being, one voice, but it's got like 4 different notes at the same time. This roaring howl, and it just shook everything. It was so loud. It wasn't real close, probably 400 yards, 500 yards. But the truck that was parked next to mine, we had the trucks backed up by the fire. And everybody's sitting on the tailgates. Well, the truck next to mine, I had a toolbox. He had a toolbox in the bed of his. His toolbox started going vibrating from the voice, from that yell.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, you could feel the power of it. It was so intense. Well, it was that one long drawn out yell, and everybody went silent. And I could not understand, what was that? If somebody got an amplifier plugged up somehow, and you can't get a vehicle upriver from Devil's Hole. You can't get a boat upriver.
No,
it's not possible. It's so thick, and
there's woods.
Yeah, and the creek is so narrow, and it was coming from upriver. Well, everything went silent. Everything was quiet, and I guess around 1 or 2 in the morning, everybody starts climbing in the tents. We got in our tent, and I was almost asleep, and you could hear the tree beating, and it was loud, whack, whack, and I thought, holy mackerel, this is 100 yards from us. One of the guys is out there beating on a tree, and I'm trying to understand, what is he doing? And at first I thought maybe an axe, but then you could tell it wasn't a blade sticking into wood. You could hear it bouncing off, and it was so loud. And I thought, crap, what is that? Who is doing that? Everybody's trying to sleep, and a couple of guys hollered out, "Stop it, quit making the noise." And I was listening. I thought it was, one of us, because there were a few people I didn't know. I never met them before. And well, then I think it was the opposite side of the tent, which I assume was downriver of us. And somebody else or another one starts doing the same thing. And then we started getting whistles all around the tent. It was so crazy. The next morning we get up to leave. Every cooler and every toolbox was gone through. My cooler was dumped out in the bed of the truck. The only thing missing was the pack of turkey, the sliced turkey breast. It was gone. All the drinks were there. The bread was there. The bananas. But everybody just had like 1 item or 2 items, but none of the drinks. All the guys that brought beer or liquor, none of that was taken. But every cooler was dumped. If it was on the ground, it was dumped out right there. If it was in the truck, it was dumped in the truck. But no one ever put 2 and 2 together. It was probably a Sasquatch. And it just dawned on me when you mentioned Devil's Hole. I forgot all about that. We never seen nothing. But we've had, through the years, I bet I've had 7 or 8 odd experiences up there. One of them was in the creek. We were swimming. I had the kids up there during the day, and I was just beat. And so I sat on the bank with my legs and rearing in the water. I was right on the edge, right where Seashell is, just downstream of Devil's Hole, about 100 yards. Yeah. I was right there at Seashell. And I hear the tree limbs, something like a limb falling out of the tree limbs. And it hits the creek, and it's a huge splash. And it's just around the little curve that's like 20 feet upstream from the Seashell Spring, where the creek kind of bends back to the right if you're looking upstream. It was just around that. I could see the splash shooting up over the bank. Well, my son runs around there, and he says, "Dad, there's this big, huge rock in the water." And I said, "There's rocks all over the water." And I didn't think nothing of them, waiting for a big limb to come floating by. A lot of leaves came by where it come through. Finally, I get up. Nick and Corey, my other son, are trying to get that big rock. They're trying to get it picked up, and it's, I don't know, 50 pounds. It's a pretty good one. I walked around there to get him. I said, "Come on, we're going to go ahead and leave." It was getting late, and there was no limb anywhere. Nothing floated past me. You know how clear that water is. Mm-hmm. It's knee deep at best, crystal clear. The only thing in the water was this giant rock. And I never considered something throwing it at us, but I never looked up in the tree. There could have been something up in the tree holding it, but I never looked up. I heard it coming through the limbs, and the time I turned, it had already hit the water, and all we got was a splash. But that area has been a lot of strange stuff. We had that one kid disappeared up there, and they thought that maybe he went into Devil's Hole and swam down in the cave at the bottom and vanished. And they sent divers. They never found him.
Is that the Ben McDaniel one? Is that the one? I know there's a guy that went missing at Vortex Springs, but not the Devil's Hole one. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that case.
Hole, this would have been somewhere around 85 to 87, probably.
Oh yeah, that's not Ben McDaniel then, because that's Vortex Springs, but that's a missing persons case.
Yeah,
weird one itself, but this one,
Devil's Hole.
Wow, and I'm gonna have to look into that because that gives me. I don't remember.
They had the name. It was on the news, but I don't remember. I didn't know who it was. I didn't know the guy, and I think it was when I was in high school, or it was just after I got out. It was either late 80s, early 90s, and they ended up. The Game and Fish Commission and the Washington County Sheriff were up there, and they actually sent divers down into Devil's Hole to see if he went down in it, but they could only go so far. They couldn't get no further because of the dive gear, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But they finally called it off. They couldn't find anything. But I think his car was there, or the car of whoever took him. I don't remember. It's been so long ago, but I know that kid went missing, and they assumed he went into Devil's Hole. But it's I never went down to the bottom. I'm not a diver, and it's I don't know 40 feet to get to the mouth of the cave, and I ain't going into
the details, man. David Paulides wrote a book about missing people that show up around Devil's Pass, Devil's Canyon, Devil's Hall. I think that's definitely something, man. That's crazy. Yeah. And real quick, you mentioned Caryville earlier. You've had strange encounters there. I actually interviewed a guy that his grandfather had many encounters with the Caryville wood ape. I think that's what they call it. But he actually sent me audio of what he recorded it screaming. And I'll have to email you that because it is chilling. And
all you got to do is go up there. That area. If you go up there, you can drive any car, a regular car there, as long as we haven't had a lot of rain. I drive my car up there, but I'm out before I don't stay. Like when I'm hunting that area, I'll hunt the morning hunt, and I'll hunt the afternoon. But I'm at my car before it's dark, and right after it gets dark, there are. It's not a scream, but it's not a howl either. It's a very bizarre. It sounds like a scream and a growl, and it's really loud, but it sounds like it's way off in the distance, but you can hear every note of it. And it's, I don't know if it's a Sasquatch. It's a different sound than what I've heard everywhere else, but you can go there almost any night of the week. And right after the sun goes down, just sit out there in your car. You'll hear it. You ain't got to get out. Just roll the windows down somewhere you hear, and you'll hear it. And it comes, I'll show you where the area is. I don't want to mention it because of the private lands that are around it. We got permission to hunt one part of it, and I don't want to have people flooding that area, and that it may ruin it, and we wouldn't be able to hunt up there no more.
For sure. But I'll show you where it's at. Privacy always goes first because there's people listening that probably aren't even people, man. There's radios listening out there, and you have to pick your words wisely in this industry.
Well, there's several creeks back there that end up going to the Chattahoochee River, and those growl scream, whatever that noise is, it comes from back toward that. But I had found a partial skeleton back there one year. Kim and I went back there hunting, and I was way back. And I ended up coming on this it was a stream or a creek. I have no idea where it's at. My GPS wouldn't. It was working. My digital. I got a Garmin, a little handheld. I didn't have an app on my phone at the time. I have an app I use now, but I had that handheld, and it was going bonkers. And it didn't start working again until we got to where I started recognizing, hey, I know where we're at now. Then it started working fine. But that area, we seen a lot of really weird stuff. But we found a pile of bones in the swamp, and they were huge. It had to have been either like a big bull, um, some type of large animal, and they were massive bones. But they were just about the same diameter as that bone I got,
You found,
but
yeah.
2.5 feet long, really long. It looks like a leg bone, but it's far too big to be a leg bone of a humanoid or a hominid. Just way too big for that. It's got to be a maybe even a horse, but the bones were buried under leaves and limbs. There was like a pile, and when we come up on it, I seen it before we got there, and it looked like landscapers went into somebody's yard and they trimmed all the hedges, and then they put the limbs out by the street. You know how the pile looks? You can see it a mile away. You know it's man-made. I seen that pile of limbs, and I was telling Kim, I said, man, I wonder if there's a body over there. It looks like somebody buried somebody, tried to, quickly cover it up.
Yep.
And we went over there, and I pulled all the limbs back, and it was bones. There was something there that died. It wasn't a human. They were really big, but it was probably 50 bones. It wasn't the entire skeleton. There was no jawbone. There was no skull, but there were rib bones, massive rib bones. But they almost looked, they were probably shaped like that, like a beef rib.
Yeah.
I don't know, probably that wide. They were huge. Well, about like that.
Yeah.
2.5 inches wide. But instead of, kind of bowing out how the rib bones are curved like that, the bone itself like twisted, like all of them kind of twist. It was real, just strange looking. And I don't know if maybe it was a cow that maybe got hit by a car and was folded in half, and it twisted the bones, and they just stayed that way. I don't know. But I looked through the bones to see if there was any shattering from a bullet or anything, and there was no sign of any destruction. It was just bones I didn't recognize from a very large animal.
It's weird. All the bones that could help you ID it were gone. It's like it's all meant to be, man.
There were a bunch of little bones that were kind of in the soil, some, but I didn't want to risk if there was a diseased animal that died there, and I stick my hands in that soil. There was nothing immediately close to wash my hands. We'd have to go another 100 yards to get to the water, and it's swamp water, and I ain't washing my hands in that mess. And so we didn't touch them. I just used my boot and I moved them around. But there were little bones, maybe, I don't know. I have no idea what they were. I thought they were teeth at first, and I kicked a few over, and they weren't teeth. They were a little flat, shaped like a little plate, kind of round, almost round, but they were flat like a plate. And I don't know what those were. But it was just it was bizarre, not so much finding the pile of bones, but to find how it was buried. They had all these limbs. Somebody intentionally covered it up with limbs, but the limbs weren't all old. The ones that were directly on top of the bones had been there a while. They were dead. There were no leaves on, but the limbs on the very outside, on the top, some of them they were kind of shriveled up, but they were still green, the leaves on. And it looked like the silver maple, the Florida maple. It was like limbs of them that were probably been put there maybe a week tops. Ain't been there long. But everything under it was old, and it was that was just strange. But that whole area back there, it started getting late, and I couldn't find my way back. I was lost. And Kim was getting scared. I was scared, but I didn't want to tell her and freak her out because it was just the two of us. And I didn't want to be out there because at dark, you can hear that screaming from back there. And it almost sounds like a woman that's uh, fighting for a life. I mean, it really sounds somebody is dying and they're that afraid. It's a very scary sound, but you can hear it all the time. So when it gets dark, I'm out of there. I ain't sticking around that place.
Yeah, I'm with you on a lot of that, man, because I love finding, the TP structures and maybe twist off and bends. I've had my close encounters, so I'm not really trying to find them face to face. They have approached me in this realm and while I've been sleeping. I've had some terrible nightmares with these creatures. And when you
Oh
said
yeah,
they had that straight face, yes, 100%. Gray, burnt skin,
yeah,
truly black, sunburned for generations and lives.
yeah,
But yes, yes, we are surrounded by them here in the Panhandle. I think they are under our feet in the caverns, and then in our densest woods, and even in the neighborhoods. Like I live
yeah.
pretty close to
Absolutely.
the Alpha High School, and there's tons of woods right here that panther and bear have been spotted. So if they can hold those kind of creatures, of course they could hold the elusive Sasquatch, and then add in the dogman and the fairies and these house elves and
Yeah,
puckwudgie creatures, and then the UFO sightings that are showing up in the Gulf of Mexico. Add in the Godzilla movie just took place in Pensacola, the Pensacola Serpent, the Chattahoochee Mounds, the Rock
yeah,
Hill Preserve. There's a volcano in Wakulla. Just right here in this part of Florida, the Panhandle of Florida has so much strangeness that, Sasquatch, I think, is on our side with Christ compared to all the other stuff that's out there.
yeah. I hope they are. They scare me. I mean, there's no way around it. I don't want to come up on one of the big werewolf things and them be angry. It's just a horrible thought. And all the stuff that I've seen, when you see something on your own, well, for me, I always come up with an excuse. There's a reason. It wasn't what I thought it was. It's got to be a bear. It's got to, I always got to, I try to make a legitimate excuse for it. And when Jeff came down and him and I went out, and the first place we went to, we had encounters. And then it got dark on us, and they were all around us. You could hear them. They're whistling back and forth. It was scary. It was really, really, I did not have a good time. But we walked right up on one of the little werewolf things. He wasn't real big, but he was right there in front of us. And Jeff got to see him with his own eyes. And I mean, crystal clear. I'm trying to videotape him. He's 20 feet from me, and he's blurry on the video. The bushes around him are crystal clear, but he's blurry. But we were looking right at him. You could see the pupil in his eyes. It was so bizarre. And then when we were leaving, I got that feeling of being watched. And I told Jeff, man, I feel like we're being watched. And he said, I do too. And I turned around because Jeff was in front of me. He's got he's got the firepower. I got a pistol. He's got 2 pistols and I think he had an AK-47 or AR-15. He had something on with a big magazine. So Jeff's leading the way. And I turned and looked, and where we were going to initially walk around that pond at the end of it, which is 60, 70 yards behind me, there's an opening. There's a big tree. There's about a 4 or 5 foot opening and then some bushes. And you can go right around the end of the pond. We didn't go around it. We were going to, but we didn't. I look back, and this huge bipedal figure is standing in the opening, and he's rocking like this, looking at us. He was so big. And I turned around, I said, Jeff, do you see what I see? Look back there. It looks like one of the big guys. And Jeff turned around, and he said, he said some select words, but he definitely seen it. And I said, man, I want to get out of here. And Jeff was already going, go, go, go. And Jeff had the gun. He was watching that one. And when we're coming around the pond, we're 70 or 80 yards from the truck. And then the whistling started. And you could hear the footsteps, where they're walking. Mm-hmm. And it was whistling from the right. And then one would respond from the left. And it was all around us. And we get up to the truck. Jeff's standing by the passenger door. He's got his gun out. And you could hear him coming toward the truck fast. You hear the bipedal steps and that stuff. And I'm fumbling trying to, because it's Jeff's truck, and I'm not used to, you can go up to your vehicle with your eyes closed, you can put the key in the door. And so I'm trying to find the keyhole. I'm freaking out. And I finally get it. Jeff's going, unlock the damn door. He's cursing, you know, and excuse the language. I don't talk like that, but that's, you know, what Jeff was saying. And I was petrified. I was really scared. I got the doors and like got it cranked. He jumped in and Jeff is going, go, go, go. And we tore out of there. But they got extremely close. Were coming up to us. And they stopped right before they stepped out on the road, which was 10 feet from Jeff. They stopped right there on the edge of the brush. And Jeff told me later, he said, when that was coming toward him, he said, in my mind, I was thinking to him, you go ahead and step out of them woods and I'm going to fill you full of lead. And he said, that's when it stopped. And I thought, holy mackerel, you know, and I asked him, I said, did you see the one at the end of the water? And he said, I absolutely seen it. And I was thinking 9-10 feet. I mean, that thing was so big. It was fake. It looked like a prop to a movie. It was so fake looking, but it's rocking back and forth, like side to side. Jeff said, man, that thing was 11 or 12 foot tall. And the more I thought about it later, I believe 100% that he had to have been at least 11 foot. He was enormous, big, wide, but I was getting the feeling that thing was really angry at us. That werewolf thing that we come across, I got no bad feelings off of it at all. Jeff didn't either, but it scared me. I didn't want to be, I was too close to it. You know, one point we're 12 or 13 feet from it. And I could see it, but you know, Jeff's like 6'4" and I'm 5'9". So I'm holding my phone up, I'm filming over the bush. And I could see him on the screen. I said, Jeff, he's got pointed ears. Well, Jeff has got his gun on him. He's watching him. And he wouldn't look at the screen. But I couldn't see him with my eyes. So Jeff goes to the left, and I circle to the right to get on the other side of that bush where I could see it. I come around there. I put the phone down. I don't know where he's at. I lost him. And I'm looking. I move around a little bit, and I'm looking. And then I see movement and I look and he's looking right at me and he's right there. He's on the ground and he kind of squats down. And what blew that, I mean, to see something like that, it being real, yes, absolutely. And you can, if you've never seen anything like that, I think most people, they would get the impression, yes, it could possibly be real. You know, I mean, that thought's always there, but there was something with it. It was just behind it. It looked like what you see on the internet, what they call the gray alien, the little short things with a big head. It looked like that, but it was not gray. The whole body looked like it had 3D camouflage. The whole body looked like the leaves around it, but it was very distorted. The outline, everything was distorted where the outline of it was. And it was with it. It was a foot from it, just behind its shoulder. They were together. And that thing scared me worse than the werewolf thing did. And he wasn't big. If he was stood up, I'm guessing between 5, maybe 6 foot at tops. Mm-hmm. But I told Jeff, I said, I want to go back by the lake. I was scared. And Jeff said, you go. I'm going to keep, Jeff had the rifle on him. He's looking right at him. Jeff said, you go back to the lake. I'm going to keep the rifle on him until you're safe. And Jeff's good about that. He's a phenomenal human. I start walking back and I'm looking back, so I don't want to be far from him. He's got military equipment on him and I've got a pistol. So I don't want to get far from him. And then finally I see Jeff, he's got the gun up. Like I thought he was fixing to shoot, but he didn't. He backed up and then he turned, he came to me real fast. And Jeff said, when I started walking back to the water, that thing was watching me. And he said, as I started going down the hill, he said it started to rise up and stand up. He said, and then it stopped and it turned its head and looked at him. He said, then it dropped like a lightning bolt. He said it dropped like a prone position. And he said the look in his eyes, Jeff got the impression it looked at him and it was like, oh crud, I'm really messed up. And Jeff said, he didn't get a bad feeling from it either. But that was scary. I see Nancy just put in the chat there that Scott Carpenter has a pic of a dog man with an entity like what you've seen on its shoulder. Oh, wow. I'll have to reach out to Scott about that.
Yeah, Scott
know
released
he
a
had
good
that.
video yesterday. It's like an hour and a half long. He goes through a bunch of his Sasquatch and Dogman footage. That's super crazy. Just to touch real quick, and then you can get back to it. Did you see my video that I interviewed that Native American teenager? He saw a Dogman that rose to the treetops, taller than a telephone pole, 30 feet tall, and then just disappeared into a white dot. So yes, these creatures have strange abilities too. And I think 11 to 12 feet is a fair judgment. When I was 12 years old, I actually had an encounter with the Sleepy Hollow Wolfman. Two of my best friends, Jake and Alex, saw this creature cross the road months before our encounter. And then it was on a Friday night before golf league on Saturday. And we were down in his basement and his den. And then we saw this creature down in the real den, down in the caves, after we felt this strange feeling. And Alex defines it as rustling outside, but we didn't hear anything through the walls or through the doors. We felt it inside of us, and we just knew to look out there. And even his mom said she heard strange sounds the many years they lived there. But I had them write their little testimony for my first book, and just like you said, to better paint the picture, because you and I can say our experiences, but if we can, have people that were there with us tell their side of the story, it just helps better paint the picture for people that just might not understand or might just be a little hesitant towards it all. But if there's more than two people that encountered the same thing, guys, it happened. And Jeff, man, I can't wait to meet him and be out there with him. And I know I've chopped it up with him in the chat, but man, he sounds like someone I want to be out there with and would feel safe and secure with, because that's what you have to do, to look at one another. Yeah,
Jeff's the man, without a doubt. And that night when we went out, that's the first time that I have ever taken Jeff anywhere. And up to that point, Jeff knew about that. I've always felt as though these things are drawn to me, and I don't know why. And Jeff knew that. I talked to him behind the scenes, one-on-one, a lot of times. And that night when we got back, he told me, we got home, and he said, I've been out with a lot of actual Bigfoot researchers, been to a lot of areas, and I have never got a feeling of being, a strong feeling of being watched. He said, I've never seen anything with my own eyes. I know they exist, but I've never witnessed it. And he said, and I went out with you one night and seen a dog man, a gray alien, and an enormous Bigfoot. And then we had all these other ones encircling us. He said, that's more activity than anybody I know. And it all happened in an hour. And he said, you're a magnet for them, but I didn't know that was going to happen. But that area, I got an old video on the channel. There's an old plum tree, a wild native plum tree that's been out there for a long time. And I remember when it was waist high. I was in high school. It was a little bitty thing. But every year we would go and pick the wild plums, and they were so good, them little tiny ones. Well, I went out there. I was going to dig up, want to try to find an offspring and dig it up and bring it home and grow it, because I love growing things. And well, I went out there, no intention of filming that. The whole purpose was to go dig up a tree and to film a little bit of it, what I was doing. So I film everything. And when we get together, you'll see what it's just something I do. I love doing it. Well, I go out there, my gun's in the truck, and I hear a limb come flying overhead, and it hits the camper shell in the truck. It breaks the crank part for the side window of the camper, opens the glass, it dents the camper shell, and it breaks the framework that pushes the glass out. And it was so loud because it's an aluminum camper top, and it sounded like a 12 gauge when that thing hit. And I was so scared. I didn't know what it was. It happened so fast. My mind was all over, what the heck? There's no trees overhead. There's nothing to fall on my truck. It's not possible. And I go around there, and part of the log is on the roof. It busted. And the other part of it's on the ground. And I got this big dent in the camper top. And I just immediately, I got angry because I thought kids were out there growing dope. And I pull up there and they're trying to scare me off. And I was blowing up, and I start yelling out, come out. I'm calling the Game and Fish Commission on you. I mean, I was mad. I was going to call the authorities on them because they tore up my camper.
Right.
Well, nothing come out. Then I start hearing grunts, the grunting sound, and just all kind of strange stuff. And I started easing down the trail, trying to find them. I'm going to get them on video. I'm going to catch who's doing this. I didn't see nobody. But then I see something looks like a wolf, just a regular wolf, run from bush to bush. I started seeing crap moving out there. And I walked 100 feet from the truck, and I'm seeing this on both sides of the road. And I was like, oh my God. Then I knew, this is something else. This is not what I'm thinking it's people. And now I know it's not. I'm trying to get back to the truck, and my heart's pounding. Well, I get to the truck, I'm pulling out, and where I stopped, like that 100 feet or so that I walked from the truck, right there on the left is that lake where me and Jeff went. Is right there. It's 100 feet from the plum tree. And that's when I took Jeff up there because he wanted to see the plum tree where this happened. He wanted to see that area for himself. So that was the whole reason we went there, was just for that. And I didn't think we'd see anything. And I found something, went out there and pooped, and not trying to be gross, but it was that big around and 1.5 feet long. It was huge. And we seen that, and I said, Jeff, come here, man. I said, is that where something pooped? And he said, oh my God. That had to split somebody in two. He said, that's a Sasquatch. Because it's too big to be any animal I know of. I mean, it was probably 6 inches in diameter. It was massive. And then we seen a big footprint, and then all these tree limbs are laid. And if you stand back and look, it's like they're placed. They made 2 walls, and it kind of funnels in like it's a trap for game animals. It's just bizarre. And they got these little areas under where the tree limbs hang over, and they touch the ground. It's a real heavy leaf litter under the trees, but it's cleared to the sand. These areas, like somebody's cleared them where they could sit there without making noise. And there's 2 or 3 spots like that. And if you get in that sand area and look, it's a perfect, you're right line of sight of the way they got that funnel designed with all the tree limbs. It's just the whole area is really bizarre. But we left, I'll show you where it's at. It's not far from me. It's down Highway 20 going toward Ecofana. It's probably 3 or 4 miles as the crow flies from my house. And I don't know, man, them things are everywhere. And you don't realize it until you get out, and when you know what to look for, the signs that they leave, and you start seeing that stuff, and dead trees with the root still on them, big trees standing up and the roots up at the top. They got it propped up on other trees. We found several of them, and I don't know. I don't have an explanation unless a tornado did it, but there's no damage to anything else. And you got 2 trees leaned against each other. Both of them have a root on them, and both of them have the root up in the air. They're both upright. And I don't know any 10 men that could pick a tree up like that and stand it up, not a 40-foot tree. That's just too much leverage overhead. But,
they make teepees that are 60 feet high, and they're able to move timber. So yeah, these things have special abilities and just brute strength. And I think they use the birds. They say crows are like master builders. So I think they have the crows scout out from above and probably plan out all of their techniques and infrastructure. And they have traps, mazes, landmarks, bends, TPs, leaners that all represent something. Ground glyphs. We've seen straight lines just drawn in the path for like 40 or 50 feet. Perfect straight line. and then lines of
yeah.
rocks just in the middle of the woods. They all mean something. And yes, some of them might be campers, but come on, guys. Sometimes there's no human beings in that area, just like some of the areas Donnie goes to. No human's been there in decades. So it has to be these forest people. And there are tribes of people here in Florida that are feral people that are not Sasquatch and they're not wild men, but they are not human beings like us as well. And you find their footprints as well over by Ocheesee Landing, deep by Torreya State Park, right where Stacy Brown got that thermal footage of a 9-foot creature. Stacy Brown Sr., that is.
Grandview has some groups like that. That Grandview area on the other side of Mariana, I've heard of groups of wild people out there that they're not Sasquatch.
Right behind my work, right along the railroad, there are homeless people and feral people that live out there 100%. And then they take over the caves like the Gopher Gang, and there's 4-foot primitive people here that still live in the Florida swamps. And then you go down to the Everglades on the other side of the state, and there is Native American mounds that still haven't been even discovered. So we have to just open up our minds to the possibilities that are out there. And again, every movie represents some kind of realism because the mind just can't make anything up. And the Native Americans have stories of little people, big people, and things in the sky. Jack and the Beanstalk, Castle of the Sky, Howl's Moving Castle, all these anime movies, they all mean something, guys.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, Connor, you want to open up, take a few questions, and then we'll...
Yes, for sure.
I got Seven Pearls had one she put up, and I kind of sitting on pause on it. So I'm going to go ahead and put hers up right quick. There it goes. She says, what do you suppose a Sasquatch tells their offspring about how brightly the human aura shines?
That's an awesome worded question. I think the Sasquatch people probably tell the good, positive stories of humans because they are the watchers. They know that we have good times and share laughter, and they watch us play sports and run races and have family picnics and play music. So they know our aura shines bright. But best believe they definitely give the warnings too, because they're whistling every time a plane goes by. They got to keep their eyes out for drones. And then you listen to the stories like Janice Carter at 50 years with Bigfoot. Fox knew that family. Fox became friends with the grandfather. They know that there is good inside of us, and they wouldn't be saving little campers in Ocala with broken legs if they didn't believe in our aura. So I believe they believe in us.
That's right. Now, if y'all have questions you'd like to throw up, please put them in all caps. It makes it a little easier for my old eyes to see them. I'm sure Connor can spot them, but my eyes are not what they used to be at one time.
Yeah, sadly, I'm just on the StreamYard like a primitive guy I am, But I'm happy the chat is there, and I'm definitely going to rewatch this in my future and see all your guys' kind words. And I love when you guys comment on my videos and mix it up because that's what it's about. I'm a reporter. I'm a journalist. I'm in the field, guys. So I want to talk to you guys.
Yeah.
And
you absolutely are. Absolutely. I can vouch for that. I've seen your videos and you're all over the place. Jean says she loves Janice Carter. She has helped her so much with what that family's went through. That's a fascinating story.
100%. Janice is so special, and the fact that she still goes on, interviews and podcasts sharing her story, like we are so lucky. And I'm actually going to a Tennessee camp out in September, and I hope Donnie can join me. And we're going to meet Joe Pass, the Squatching Cowboy, Manimal Research, and Old Bear's Den. Hopefully Mogollon Monster's going to come. But we're going to stop at the Expedition Bigfoot Museum, which is a huge bucket list for me. But also, Janice Carter might be a guest there. And that is going to be so surreal for me because I have listened to her story for years. And, she was there, man. She's held hands with Bigfoot. And I have actually spoken to countless people that have touched Bigfoot, been touched by Bigfoot. You yourself have got a 5-star smack on the back from Bigfoot. I think he was trying to see what the heck you're marked by. But maybe it was just a juvenile just trying to have fun with you and your friends.
if I'd have known what it was back then, I was so young, but if I would have known, I would have never went back out there. It would have affected me that bad, but I never seen him. I never had a clue, and I couldn't see the handprint. The other guys could. I could feel it. I thought a bird hit me and impaled my back. It burned so bad, but they freaked out. They counted the fingers and said it is a very clear, welt up.
What did you tell yourself about like that? Like, how did you explain that situation to yourself?
I still thought it was a bird. I thought he hit me at such a speed. Somehow it made it, because I didn't get to see it.
Yeah, no, fair. It's your back.
Yeah, they said it was so clear. The fingers, they could see all 5 fingers, and I wish I would have seen it. But back then we didn't have cell phones.
Yep.
The only ones that existed were in a bag. These monster things, and
Computers
5 watt.
Were as big as the room back in the day, right? That's what my dad would always say.
You make a call on it, and you can feel your forehead getting hot. The radiation off of them.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Gene says you should see if you can meet Janice. I would love to meet her personally. Kelly says, Donnie, maybe the Bigfoot like you. I hope not, Kelly.
Yeah.
We're
definitely gonna, if Janice is in Tennessee and comes to camp out, oh yeah, I'm gonna give her a copy of my book because I actually mentioned her in the Tennessee chapter. So yeah, I can't wait to talk to her, man. I'm all about chopping it up with these people. Because it's all about people with knowledge. I speak to Long Island Bigfoot, Donnie Miller, Tyler from Science Meets Sasquatch, Tim T in Florida. So I surround myself around my elders, guys. I'm surrounding myself around, people with knowledge, with experts or with expertise. And that's what we all have to do. Surround yourself with good people.
You learn from one another for sure. And Seven Pearl says, misunderstanding. Do you think a Squatch that is part human, part whatever, has a soul? And I'll let you respond to that first, Connor, if you want.
Yes, I definitely think they have a soul because there is some kind of charge inside of them that cannot be calculated. And if they're made by this creator and they're not total evil, then yes, I do think they have a soul. And everything, I think, will end up, even the fallen angels will end up repenting in the final days because God sees all their plans and he laughs, he smiles. Yeah. So they're going to bend, they're going to fold, they're going to give in. They already, gave up once. So they will give in to the ultimate source. So yes, I think everything, all these beings do have some kind of soul, but the soul may be cursed as well with like the Rougarou and witches and other type of voodoo curses. Curses exist too, guys. But yes, I think they do have a soul.
Yeah, that's I do too. And my belief in that is I do believe that they are remnants of Cain. I think that they are related to Cain. And if Cain was truly cursed to walk the earth for all his days and seek death, but shall not find it, he was human in the beginning. God created him. He blew that spirit into him, that soul into him, which brought life to him. And instead of killing him, he just transformed him. He cursed him to live forever. And that would, in my mind, would mean that he does have a soul. And now whether he loses it or not is, that's said to be seen. But I think, like what Connor said, when the ending gets here, when that final battle approaches, I do believe that they're going to have the opportunity to repent and get right, or they're going to be doomed. And they're at such a supernatural level, they already know what the outcome is going to be. And they'd be an absolute moron to go against a creator that spoke this planet into existence. That's powerful.
And the creator he still didn't turn his back on them. He casted them on their duty and mission in the long run, knowing that they were going to repent. And that was the only way to teach them. So God and the creator and the man himself never turned his back. So we can't turn our back on ourselves because we're made in his image, guys. That's why we have to treat others with kindness. Like I've I've been on both
Absolutely.
sides of the spectrum, of being bullied and then being so lost that I was somehow the bully, and you have to find yourself in the balance, because this world will eat you alive if you don't stick to your guns and to your truth.
That's right.
And you will eat your brothers alive, so you have to stick to the grand plan, the grand source, and never turn your back, because when you turn your back, that's when the worst things happen, and
Yes,
bad
it's
things
over.
will happen on our normal path, but you just have to take it in stride. But once you turn your back, you can't expect anything good to happen.
That's right. That's right. And Vitarisma says some believe they are from God, others believe hell. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting take. I think that's the grand question. Are they angels? Are they demons? Are they other creatures like us that are below their domain? I think hell is an actual physical place below our feet, way below. And there are subterranean caverns that go on for thousands of miles, and they clearly live down there. So I think that some of them are probably stuck in hell, and then some of them are protecting us from hell. So again, both sides of it. There are good ones, there are bad ones. There are many different adaptations of these creatures. There are goblins, there are gargoyles, there are leviathans and dragons and serpents. So again, I think Sasquatch is a little closer to us than the other atrocities that are out there. I don't think Sasquatch is an abomination. I think he's
too, and
like us.
where I got in the beginning, in the earlier days, I did think that they were creatures from the bottomless pit. They were from hell, was my belief. But then I got into looking into, from what I remember, the Bible said that God would send the angel with a key to the bottomless pit. He opens the gates. He's going to release the beast out of the pit to bring havoc and chaos upon mankind that's turned their backs on him. But he tells the beast, you attack mankind, but do not harm even one blade of grass. You're not allowed to touch anything else, only mankind. And Sasquatch, that don't fit them, because they destroy trees, they throw them out of the ground, they snap them off. It's the complete opposite. And that's what changed my way of thinking, was that. And then, you hear other people like what you said about them, and there are good ones. There's good stories, good reports of children and women, a lot of children and women being saved and returned home where they were lost. The one hiker, the lady, I think she went by kayak and then hiked, but she ended up breaking her leg. And she was way out in the middle of nowhere, and she was protected by a couple of Sasquatch until some hikers come down in a kayak, and she was able, when they seen the hikers coming, they kind of stood back, and she yelled for help, and they came over and got her, but they cared for her the whole time. And just, something demonic is not going to go out of the way to protect a human. But there are bad ones, just like humans, and look how many bad humans there are today.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of hatred. This planet has gone berserk. I'm looking to see if there's any more questions. It's getting really late. I just passed one. Doggone it. Oh, there we go. We got Seven Pearl. She says, yes, that's just it. Do they wrestle with being human and being beasts? Yes. I think they do.
100%. They have all the same questions as us, and they have less distractions. So they're actually going deeper into it. And, I'm big on like psychedelics and mushrooms and stuff. And you come to weird, questions about the earth and about yourself when you're eating those. Imagine these creatures that definitely are eating these berries and shrooms that make them think and trip out. They have asked themselves the hardest questions of existence. I think that is a lot of why they are being, shunned from our beliefs, because they have some of the answers about the creator and about Earth and about the secrets of this universe. I think they have some of the answers, and that's why they are being, banished from this world. And I think the government and the establishment has some kind of treaty with the dark arts and all the people trying to keep the low vibrations, and the same stuff that's holding people down these past 2 years, and in September back in the, right after the millennium, and all the wars and just everything, guys. JFK knew what they were getting into as well. So you just have to connect all the dots in folklore and the stories that you and I share and everybody else down the street.
And we got Erdata Imagery says, Donnie and Connor willing to start a new podcast. I am absolutely going to have Connor come back, join us several times. Connor is not your standard run-of-the-mill guy. He's all over the place, but he's in touch with his origins. He's in touch with where he's going. He's in touch with, his desire and destinations further down the road. Connor knows he's solid in what he wants out of life. And I am absolutely going to have Connor back probably many times. I love his approach. I love everything about him. Connor is an absolute blessing to talk to. And even through text, I mean, you guys, what you're seeing from Connor on screen right now is who he is in real life. It's not a front. It's Connor. And I love that about him. He's true. And, a lot of people, and I've met a couple, not many, but there are a couple in YouTube that their channel, they portray themselves as being really just in touch with everyone. This soft side to them, very emotionally overloaded, loving people. But then when they're away from YouTube, it's a foul mouth, very negative attitude towards life. And I've met two that I can name right off the top of my head that are like that. And, it's, you cannot put up a false picture of who you are and try to do good for others when you're projecting a lie right up front. You got to be you. And Connor does that. And I love him for it. He's an absolute blessing to talk to, regardless of what the subject is. If you don't agree with him, it doesn't matter. He will listen to everybody's side, and he's open for debate. And that's what everybody needs to be. You have to debate. And that's the reason I've changed my views on what these creatures are so many times, because I have talked to others and we got into debate, and the reason why I didn't believe a certain way versus another. And through the years, it's changed my beliefs completely. And, I thought they were demons from hell in the beginning. And there wasn't anything to change that, I thought. And then I met some very intelligent people that had a different perspective, and it changed everything about how I view them. And like what Connor has said here tonight, he has elevated me mentally in my thought process of these creatures and what they are, how they react with us, even though we're not intending to communicate with them. Things happen when we're out there, and you'll start noticing, hey, something's a little different. Something ain't right here today. It's a pretty good chance one of these things is close by, and he's communicating with you. And that's what Connor's talking about with the, getting in touch with the spirit side. These things are absolutely anchored in who they are. And that is amazing. Oh, but I think Connor got bumped off. Battery may have went out on him. I think he's on his phone. But that's all right. I will absolutely be bringing Connor back. I love him. Connor's a great man. And he's out there. Yes, there he is. Let's get him back on right quick. There we go.
Wow, that was very strange. But hey, 4 hours and only one technical difficulty. I'll take that anytime, because usually it's within the first 5 minutes. But Donnie, I definitely appreciate all those kind words, because I try to just be myself. And sometimes that gets me into a little bit of trouble. I'm the outcast. I'm the guy that believes in Bigfoot and talks about flat Earth and against the establishment. But again, I'm just quoting the Bible, and I'm just talking to other people, and I'm just diving into ancient folklore. I literally have some of my parents' friends calling me Big Fool because I believe in Bigfoot. Like, come on, it's not a belief anymore. I've talked to people. I have seen the creature. I have voted creature, you know, and I've went from California to Canada, from Florida to Ohio, down to Texas to Arizona, and all the stories match up and all the strangeness aligns. So it's close to my heart. My aunt saw a banshee in Limerick, Ireland more than 80 years ago, and she's been scorned her whole life, and she's in heaven now. And it's my responsibility. It's to my bloodline to put my neck out there and raise my voice and try to allow people to know what's out there. But yeah, sometimes it gets into heated debates and arguments. And guys, a lot of people are very badly brainwashed right now. And I work hard every day to break free from that. In some ways, I still am. I have an Xbox. I have Wi-Fi. You know, I still drink water from the tap. You know, we're all contaminated, guys. No one's perfect. And I just try to inspire one step at a time. But we just have to be yourself. And I just love being myself. And it's led me on my path. And, you know, I was on the front page of the newspaper just a week ago. But guess what? Half of my family still thinks I'm a freaking nut and won't even talk to me. But then there's good people on the internet that see me for who I am. And they want to just get a touch of me, you know, and in a good way. Like I want that bond together. And it's just crazy that the right people will find you and the wrong people will forget you. And that is totally fine because this world is so big and full of good energy that don't waste your time on the negative stuff. And I'm not trying to convince anybody with any of this, guys. I am just trying to open the door, for one. And then two, if you guys have already seen what's in my door, then I stand with you. And you guys know that at least you got one loudmouth hippie hobo that isn't scared of the establishment or bullies or being manipulated. You know, they're going to bully you, and then they're going to try to play victim if that doesn't work. And then you just got straight and narrow, and they will crumble, and you will just keep walking forward. I have just been keeping my head on straight these past few years, and I hate to say it, but everything I've said rang somewhat true. So anybody that's standing against me, you're standing against God, the Creator, the soul.
That's right.
So what are you fighting against, guys? There is no heaven on the NASA stuff. So guys, stop with the worship of NASA. Nazis started NASA. Werner von Braun, he was the head of the Nazis and then the head of NASA. On his gravestone, he has the heavens declare the glory of God and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Why the heck would a NASA guy have the dome on his gravestone? Clearly, he was giving a last-second confession to repent. Yep. So guys, I'm not anybody, but I've opened these doors. I've read these books. Like, I've written more than some people have read this year. So I don't know. I'm not saying listen to me for everything, but guys, I'm that screw. I'm diving in. You know, follow the trail. Follow the trail. There's no snakes here. It's clear.
Connor, that's what's so awesome about you. Power is in truth, and you are the prime example of lead by example. You are it, you know, and there's so many people that you're going to impact. People that are just passing through, they happen to see one of your videos or this one, and they're going to hear, you know, even if it's 20 seconds of you speaking, you're going to touch something in them. And you're that person. And, you know, our pastor at our church, he says, you know, you don't go out and force people by preaching to them and scaring them off. You go out with the example of the Father on you. You do his good works, and others will see it. And they're going to say, I don't know what's on that man, but I want some. And you're going to bring people to you. And that's who you are. And we are all of us, and I'm sure I can speak for my family here that's in the chat. We love you. You know, you're part of us. You're part of this family here now. You know, I'm a part of your family over on Bigfoot Anon. And I hope everyone here tonight, if you're not part of Connor's family on his YouTube channel, Bigfoot Anon, please jump over there and join him. I'm there with him. We're going to be bringing Connor back quite often, and he and I are going to get out in the woods together and do some videos. And I'm going to take him to some of the areas where I've had some pretty insane encounters at, and I'm going to bring him out there. And I believe with the two of us and just that glory that Connor brings on him, the glory of the Father, my chance of being safe is going to be tenfold. You know, it's not just going to be me and my prayer of the Father keeping me safe, but I also got Brother Connor with me, who's just packed full of the joy of the Lord, and that's going to that speaks volumes. And I think it'll be a good day for us. But I will be bringing Connor back. This has been the longest live show we've ever done. Thank you so much for jumping over here with me, Connor. I love you, man. And you're it. You made the show tonight. Thank you tremendously.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Isn't that so funny? We had a 4-hour show yesterday with Gypsy Road, and then today we put in 8 hours in the last 24 hours, man. We're working overtime, and I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm so big on like teamwork and chemistry and just the situation, man. Your energy plus my energy can only create this, and everybody else in the chat too. You guys had to be here, so we're exactly where we need to be, guys. And I'm just forever thankful. I just want to shout out a couple things, you know, just for the future, because I know this video, it will be on the internet as long as there is power, and hopefully we have at least a few more years of power. But hopefully decades, you know, down the line, and it lives longer than us. And hopefully somebody can find something inside this long video that can maybe just make their life a little easier, or just they could show it to one of their family members and they could understand. And that's all we want to do, guys. But really quick, first and foremost, today is the 30th, and MetaZoo. I have no ties to this. I just think it's really cool. MetaZoo, it's these cryptid cards: Sasquatch, Puckwudgies, Mothman.
Oh, wow.
And this was the Kickstarter. This was because I donated to them, so I got some of the early cards. But the first release actually came out today, so it's a huge thing. So, guys, in 12 years from now, when it's bigger than Pokemon, be like, guys, we heard about this. But that's just goofy stuff. I want everybody to check out this movie, Zillafoot. I am in this, guys. I actually play a cryptid research officer, and my scenes were filmed in Quincy, Florida, so not very far from me and Donnie. But I warned the military of impending doom in a military bunker, and they know I'm telling the truth, but they usher me out. And the scenes are pretty classic. The movie is so bad, it's good. Hopefully I'll post a link to it if it's ever free online, but you can buy it.
Send me the information for it, and I'll share it. If you would, send me the link to where people can jump over and pick it up, where they can support you and get to watch that. Definitely. Absolutely do that, and I'll put it in the community tab so everyone will know. And hopefully, you know, everybody pick up a copy. And I wanted to let you know right quick, our brother Pappy Two Bears has been posting a link to your channel in the chat for those of you who are unsure of how to look Brother Connor up. Pappy Two Bears has been posting it in the chat, the direct link to his channel. Please jump over and support him. You won't regret it. Just the video, he does so many of them. He does, they're short videos, but it's to the point. And in 1 minute, you'll pick up 10 times the knowledge you will hear with me in 20 minutes. He really gets a lot out there, but it's a lot of fun, very interesting, and he interviews some really wild characters. And definitely. I think you absolutely love it.
I appreciate that, Donnie, but you are one of the best storytellers in this world on YouTube that I've ever talked to. So, you know, real recognize real. I see it, Donnie. You're incredible too. But thank you, Pappy, for doing that. Moderators and the Blue Smurfs, you know, with the wrenches. Guys, you guys are very important too. Thank you so much. Please subscribe to me. I drop new videos every single day. Yes, most of them are short and to the point and filled with 60 seconds of crazy knowledge. I put a lot of them on TikTok and Instagram. If you guys want to follow me on there, Bigfoot Anonymous, full out typed on there. I have almost 8K followers on TikTok, so the new wave is really getting hit with this knowledge. I'm trying
Praise
to build up the YouTube, but numbers are in the back, guys. You know, it's about the knowledge being shared, the fun content. I love going out there and just exploring and telling these stories, man. I just want to inspire everybody to dig into the crazy stuff in their neighborhoods, because if there was 1,000 of me's, man, the internet would be a better place. But if the videos and my voice is too much for you guys, please check out my books. I've written tons of books. I've gotten 3 published. I'm publishing my 4th one next month called Panhandle Pirates, and I can't wait.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, get all them links to me of where everyone can find that information, and I will post everything here for you.
Thank you.
Whatever you have, your TikTok, your Twitter, whatever you have, get all that stuff for me and text it to me, or the message, whichever one you use.
For sure.
I prefer text on everything, but if you'll get it to me, I will absolutely put that on the community tab and let everyone know. That way we can, get you some more support coming over there. Our family here these are the most amazing people that I have ever met in my life, and they've all been done through Christ right here on YouTube, of all places. And you've got a lot of them here tonight. I've seen in the chat, several people have jumped over and joined you over there. So this family's growing.
Thank you so much, everybody, too. And make sure to drop a comment, because I'll subscribe back. And I love talking to the community, guys. This is the first one, Big Brother, Bigfoot. This is like my research document, guys. And this print is actually real funny. I'll talk about it really quick. Me and my mom found this print, I think October 5th, October 2017, in Cheesy Landing, around this big bend. And it is very wide. It's about 5 to 6 inches wide. Not very long, though, about 12 inches. And this picture has been circulating around the internet in 2021. Someone in Canada claimed they took the picture, and then it got picked apart by Bigfoot Okanagan, and he was like, yeah, this guy in Florida put it on the cover of his book. He should be embarrassed. Just to address that, I took this photo with my mom in 2017. I'm very proud of it. If it's not a Sasquatch, it's a feral person that lives in the swamp. But I am not embarrassed. I took the picture. I have proof of it. I still have the original file on my phone. I uploaded to my other YouTube channel like 4 different pictures from it. So it's already proved. I took the picture, guys. Canadians can say they took the picture. I'm totally fine with that. I didn't care that he claimed the picture. But once people start saying I stole the picture and that I should be embarrassed, I had to clear up the truth, guys. But that is a proud book that I am very proud of. This one is called Monsters and Mysteries Around the Corner. This talks about how we don't have to watch scary movies and graphic novels, because guess what, guys? The horrors will find us. And then my baby, guys, my diary, Erie Swamps, Road Trip to Eden. Lake Erie, down to the Florida swamps, and the final chapter is Road Trip to Eden, the Garden of Eden Trail, right by Torreya State Park. 27 of the 28 trees in the Bible are in that park. Gopher wood, which Noah used to build the ark, lightest, strongest wood, longleaf Torreya, only place it grows in the whole world, right there. Then the good book says the delta that breaks into 4 rivers, here and Siberia, the only 2 places in the whole wide known world. But guys, I think there's thousands of continents. I've seen maps. I've listened to Admiral Byrd's diary. He won the Medal of Honor. He found jungles beyond the poles. This world is bigger than they tell us. God told us that. Fixed and immovable means fixed and immovable. The earth took shape like clay pressed under a seal. Guys, it's a disc. It's not a ball. Flat Earth is not a pancake. It's God's creation. It's the Sheol. Type in, if anybody's confused, type into Google, the earth the Bible describes, and it will show the diagram. The sun, the moon, and us below. That is the Holy Trinity. Stars and planets are fixed in the firmament. They are deities. They are not space rocks. Elon Musk is not riding a convertible to Mars, guys. They are gods. They are deities. They are representations of the Creator.
I'm right there with you on that. And I've done a lot of research in it. And there's a lot of people that aren't willing to do the research. And it starts a lot of arguments. So I know what the Spirit has put in me, and I believe it to be truth. And then there's a lot of evidence to back that up. But everything will, like Seven Pearls said earlier, all things will be revealed. That time's coming. It's all going to be revealed. And
It's
then
already,
there's
a lot of it has already been revealed, guys.
yeah,
You know,
that's
do not trust NASA.
right.
NASA means to deceive. They wear harnesses, astronauts. It's scary, guys. And people worship these Nazis and these fake Kabbalists, man. And all they do hear no evil, see no evil. They mock us during all this, guys. And Jeff Bezos going to space, Richard Branson going to space. What a joke. Guys, start seeing what's out there for real life. You know, fixed and immovable means fixed and immovable. We are not moving right now. We are stationary. We are the center of the earth. And I don't want to seem too preachy, but I'll be that loudmouth to try to open the doors for people, because the Bible says
you gotta have a submarine. If you're going that way, you need a submarine, because you're gonna be underwater.
Yes, 100%. Why is the sky blue? Because there's water behind the firmament. Look at the Disney logo, guys. The kingdom and then the star that goes above. It's the dome, because Walt Disney was on the voyages that they found the ice wall, that they found the dome. They bombed the dome. Even Hillary Clinton on the evil side was saying there's 19,000 cracks in the glass dome above us. Guys, what do you think rainbows are? Like, you ever see a light go through glass? It creates rainbows. Thunder is when lightning strikes and it hits the dome. The dome is 75 miles above our head. Look at the longest lightning strike. It's about 74 miles. It all starts to make sense. And, you know, I'm the kooky guy that lived out of my car across America, but I talk to people, guys. I listen. And I don't give a dang what my third grade teacher taught me, because that was just out of a fake curriculum written by the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, guys. Like, we have to break free from this at one point. And God has already said it. Fixed and immovable. Take shape like clay pressed under a seal. There is mentions of a ball in the Bible. So if they wanted to talk about the globe, they would have said a ball. No, it's a disc. It's a circle. It's like a plate. It's like a bowl. The Antarctica circles us like a 360.
On the outside of it, there's a wall.
And me and Donnie haven't even talked about this to each other before. But look, truth finds truth. And again, it says it in all the ancient texts. We're the first ones that think the way we do. And no, I don't, because if you look at the calculations, it doesn't add up. And water, sea level, guys, horizon, horizontal. And I go deep sea fishing, guys, 21 miles out. That would be hundreds of feet of curve. Where the heck does it start to curve? Like, oh, watch out, dude, we're about to go over the curve. I just drove across Florida 5 hours. There was no curve. Like, oh, yeah, Kansas is flat, but it fits onto the basketball. Tectonic plates, guys. How many plates are in a basketball? Like, none. Oh, God. Up is up, down is down. How am I crazy for believing in heaven and saying up is up, down is down? But that's where we are, guys.
That's the good part about heaven and our creation is the Father gave us free will, the will to believe or do as we see fit. You know, what fits our heart and our mindset. And if you believe the earth is shaped like a stick of licorice, you know, that's your free will to do that. Believe that. But the evidence, you know, right there with what Connor's saying, a lot of people don't believe it, and it's fine. I have no problems with those who don't, but I believe very similar to what Connor is saying on that. And it's an odd thing, but once you start digging into a lot of the ancient writings, ancient maps, a lot of the old stuff, they already knew. The truth was already out back then, and then it's been altered and changed, and the world's gone crazy. And it's just all about having control over us. So when the time comes that Christ returns, we're going to rely on mankind to keep us safe and not our Creator. And we're not supposed to run and hide our faces when the great day of the Lord comes. We are to open our eyes and watch His wrath. We are to see His power. And His angels and His Holy Spirit are going to keep us safe, comfort us. You know, it'll all be good. And we'll get our glorified bodies, and we ain't got to worry with all the nonsense and the haters and all that messes.
Right.
It's all part
And a
of
lot of the
Saint.
times they do like play the victim and say that we're trying to bully them with like the flat earth stuff. Guys, they have been hitting us with the universal ball for our whole life. So me yelling at the top of my lungs is nothing to the brainwashing they have put us through. So yeah, you can believe what you want, but you've been taught that, because guess what? When you're standing still and you somehow believe that we're flying through space, that was implanted. That was programmed. And people
Absolutely.
believe how they want, but I'm free to tell them the source of where that belief came from. Like, because a lot of this just comes from Nazis.
We're going to get together and have. That's right. But we're going to get together one of these days and have a sit down, and we're going to do a film interview, and Connor and I are just going to get out in left field, and it's going to be wild. A lot of people may not believe or agree with what we're saying, but hey, it's our belief. It's what we have free will to choose in. And I just seen in the chat, and it says it all. Seven Pearls have put it on. He has his plans, and his will be done. You know, it's God knows where things are going. Our Creator. Everything's set in motion. It is rolling downhill. We ain't got long to go. Just stay to what you believe in your heart to be true. If you trust your gut instinct, you're trusting in what Holy Spirit is putting in you. And that will never lead you astray. Guys, we're going to have to close it off. I'm at 19% on here, and I'll probably be cutting off here in a minute.
Yeah, I was just at 3%. I just ran and plugged it in real quick.
Yeah. Well,
4 hours flew by. Hey,
yeah, absolutely.
If you join us for the drive up to Tennessee, then it's a 6-hour drive. 4 hours already flew by like that. We're already at the Expedition Bigfoot Museum at this point, you know. So
that's right. And I got David is a friend of mine, David Becerra, who owns the museum. So awesome. I do want to get up. I want to get up there and hang out with David for a little bit, but he's got some cool stories I get him to share. I mean, he's amazing.
Well, you got a spot in my car the first week of September. My mom's letting me borrow her SUV because last time I had 2 people in my car, the bottom was on the ground, you know. My car was awesome for what I needed it for. I took the passenger seat out and built a bed, and I lived out of that bad boy for a while. And there you go. I went to Biloxi in New Orleans, and I actually showed up a day early than my friend. And I was like, no biggie, I'll just sleep in my car. You know, I did it for a whole year. I could do it for one night in a casino.
Absolutely. Well, brother, thank you so much, man. This is an honor and a blessing to have you here. Family, you guys in the chat, thank you so much for being here. I love each and every one of you. You know, this was one of the greatest times I've had this entire year. And I want to thank all of you, including our brother Connor, for being so gracious to come over here and join us tonight. It was spur of the moment. I literally asked him 15 minutes before I was ready to go on. I was putting the show together, and I sent him a message, and he said, absolutely, I'll be there. And I was so excited. But we're going to do this again. If I have missed you guys' questions, please hold them. Connor's going to be back soon. He just doesn't know that yet, but he's going to be back soon.
And feel free to type them in the comments, guys. I will definitely respond in the comments. You know, I'm very interactive. I'm in this, guys. Yes. That's the thing about a lot of these people. They make themselves untouchable. No, I want you guys to see the bones I find and the footprints I'm spotting. You guys are here with me. You know, a lot of people are hiding behind Patreon and OnlyFans. No, guys, you get us right here, live and direct. Yeah. And absolutely. I'm all about it. And if anybody wants to email me, panhandlepecans@gmail.com. I love good stories, and if I have if you want to give me permission, I would love to use them in future books, of course, too. Because Dale Cox, are you familiar with Dale Cox from 2 Egg TV?
I know the name. I think he's the one that he had emailed me. I think he was the one telling me about the Ocheezy wild man. I think it was
probably
him.
Yeah. He's the main historian around here, and he's done Ocheezy documentaries and stuff. Great man. He's a fan of Bigfoot Anonymous on Facebook. Yes, I made it. But
that's awesome.
He has written 28 books. So I I get it myself. I'm like, dang it, am I writing too many? But no, I have 3. I have 4 next month. I have 24 just to catch up to him. And by then he's going to have 38, So every day I'm writing something new in the mornings and trying to get somewhere. And through video, through interviews, through real life interaction, I'm at the comic book store. We're playing Magic the Gathering and Dungeons and Dragons. I'm talking to my mom and all the other fishermen on the river. I'm just trying to attack this at many angles, guys, and I'm definitely outside of the box using psychedelics and then fasting and also weird straight mantras too. And then we meditate when we go out in the forest. It's all vibrations and frequencies, guys, and you have to look at it like that. And I think that's why me and Donnie and then Long Island Bigfoot and all the other people that actually have some kind of insight to this forest, there's a reason to it, and it's because the connection, guys. So take your shoes off once in a while and walk bare feet, not in the woods or anything, but step in the sand, step in the grass, feel the soil beneath your feet. Be a kid for once in a while, and just smile, hold the door open, lose the face diapers because that's a joke too, and just be real, because the immune system is eyes and electricity, and when you're hiding and you're scared, you're gonna succumb. Be big, be the creator's image, and that just glow, guys. And I know everybody here's glowing, so just keep inspiring everybody and be that guy, be that girl, like be remembered. And we'll all be dust and ash one day, but make your impacts now, guys, because you never know when it's your time.
That's right. You got to leave your mark. Well, guys, we're gonna shut it down. I'm in the teens on my battery right now, but I just want to give a special thanks to Connor for being here, and an absolute deep-hearted love and thanks to all of you for joining us, supporting us, and just being there, being a part of our family here. We love you all, and we will have Connor back very soon. We're going to be getting in touch with each other. We're going to get together here within the next few days, and we're going to try to get something a little different to put up. I'm still kind of beating my brain on what exactly to do. There's so many different areas where we can go and get different types of activity, and Connor knows a lot of places I'm not familiar with. I know a lot that he's not familiar with, and we're going to bring all these things together, and we're going to make some stuff happen. But thank you so much. God bless you. Y'all have a wonderful evening and just a fantastic weekend. Stay safe always. God bless you. And I'll absolutely be seeing you all soon. Good night.
Good night, guys. See you later. Talk to you soon, Donnie. Hopefully tomorrow morning. I'm available. We'll be up early. It's past midnight, but I'll call you or text you right when I get up. Thank you so much. And we're definitely have many videos in the future, but I think the idea of a podcast is kind of cool because the yin and the yang, we're both from the same tree, but we represent different leaves. And think about that, man, for the world. You got the old elder, not, I don't want to say old, you're not old, but older than me, you're the elder, you're the one who was wisdom, and I'm the young gun nutbag who's just, somehow I found grace. Like I fall off Niagara Falls, but I land gracefully. But we're collecting dust, so we got it. And I think it's fun for everybody because it's just authentic, man. It's just authentic vibes. Just we don't know what's coming out next, but we just roll with it, and it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful cycle and process. Thank you so much, Donnie. I'm looking forward to the future, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. Good night to you. God bless.
See you soon.